33-7. Here we go. Got a little rupture down there. $2. $2.05 and $2.05. We get 5 and 10. Group 210, 15. Group 20. We get 5. Group 30. We get 30. 230 and 25. We get 30. 25. Group 30. We get 30. Group 30. We get 30. Group 30. Here, Terry. 225 9. Maybe a little bit crippled. $1.50. $1.55 and 55. We get 60. We get 5. Group 70. We get 5. Group 80. We get 5. Group 90. We get 5. Group 2. We get 5. Group 205 and 205 and 205 here. 5. We get 5. $5. We get 5 here. We get $5. We get 5. We get 5 here. Terry. $2 9. That was her. Did she seem crippled to you? Hang on, hold that last one up. Hold that last one up. Was that Mr. Claggs? Was she just a little bit crippled? Did he know that? Okay. Yep, thank you. Thank you, Terry. Yep, let her go. Thank you, guys. Steer. Circle K, steer. $4. $4.05 and $4.05. We get 5 and 5 and 5. We get 5 and 10. Going to be 410. Going to be 410. Down 20 and 10, 20, 410, 420. Going to be 10, 20 and 410, 20. Going to be 20, but 20, 30. We get 4, 30. Going to be 20. We get 30. Going to be 20. We get 30. Going to be 20. We get 30 down 20, 30 sold. 420. Jason 5. Two ladies will guarantee them open. 325. Yeah, 325 and 30 and 25. We get 30 and 25. We get 30 and 25. 330 and 25. We get 30. Going to be 30. We get 30 and 25. We get 30 and 25. We get 30 and 25. We get 30 here. $3 a pound. $3.05 and $3.05. We get 5 and 5 and 5. We get 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 5 and a half. 5 here. Jason. $3. 66X. Hunter Williams. Hunter Williams. Hunter Williams. You had to get start writing like a poster board. $2. $2.05 and $2.05. We get 5 and 10. Going to be 10 and 20. 220, 220, 220, 30. We get 30, 40, 240, 50 and 250, 60. Going to be 270. We get 280. We get 270. Give 80 and 70 now. 80. We get 280, 70. Going to be 80 now. 80 here. Ricardo. 270 on nothing. Yep. Good job, Homer. I know it. Got a hip down, steer. $2. $2.05 and $2.05. We get 5 and 5 and 5 and 5. We get 5. We get 5. We get 5 and 10. Going to be 210. Going to be 15, 20 and 10, 20 and 20 and 220. Going to be 20. Going to be 20. Going to be 20. Going to be 20. Going to be 220 pound down 20 here. Terry 215 9. Got a swollen left right by his hock. 250. 255, and 55, 55, 60, 265, and 70, 275, 275 here, 75, 75, 75, 275, and 275 here, 75 here, 75 here, Terry, 270 on 9. Blue Steer, $3. $3.05 and $3.05. Going to get 5 and 5 and 5 and 10. Going to be 10 and 15. Going to be 15 and 20 through 25 here. Going to be 25 and 25 and 30 and 35 here. 35, 35, 35, 35, 335 and 335. Going to get 35. Going to get 35 here. Poke 330. 601. Pretty good heifers here, $4. 4 and 10, and $4 10, and 10 and 10, 4 10 and 20, going to be 20, we get 30, 30, 40, we get 4, 40, 50, and 4 40, 50, for 40, 50, and 50, we get 50, we get 50, we get 50, we get 50 here, poke 440, put them on number 42, put them on 42. 275, 275, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 275, and 275, it is 75, going to be 275 here, 275, 80, and 75, going to be 80, we get 275, give 80 there, going to be 80 down, 75, going to be 80 down, 80 here, Terry, 275, 9, nope, 7. There's Ronald Harvey, say for his dad. Ronald Harvey. Albert. Guaranteed open. 225. 225, 30, and 225, and 25, 30, 5, to get 35, 40, 45, to get 45, to get 50, 5, 55, 60, 265, 270, now 70, and have high 70, to get 70, going to be 70, to get 70, to get 70 here, Varner, 265, 102. Brag and don't do nothing to him. Brag and don't do nothing to him. Guaranteed, yeah. Two big old steer guys right here, 320. 325, 25, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 5 here, $3 and 5, and $3.05, we get 5, and 5, and 5, and 5 here, 5, we get 5, we get 5, we get 3, we get 5, and 3, we get 5, and 3, we get 5, 10, going to be 3, 10, 3, 10, 3, 10, 3, 10, 15, and 10 and 15, bit of a 10 and 15, going to be 10 and 15, going to be 3, 10, going to be 15, here's sort of a 3, 10, Jason, 99. Here's a couple of bulls been waiting for 45 days. $4. $4.10, and $4.10, 10, here, go to 10, 10, 20, go to 20, now 30, now 30, 40, we get 4, 40, we get 4, 50, 450, and for 40, 50, we get 50, and 50, for 40, 50, and for 40, 50, we get 50, 4, 40, 50, 4, 40, 50, we get 50, we get 50, we get 50, here, poke 440, number 1. Another bull. 350. 350, 60, and 350, 60, bit of a 350, 60, bit of a 350, 60, 350, and half 60, and 360, 70, bit of 370, bit of 380, bit of 380, and half 70, give 80, 70, got it, 80 here, so 370, Varner, put him on number 65. Varner, 65. $2. 210.20 and 210.20, bit of a 210.20, bit of a 210.20, bit of a 210.20 and 220.30, bit of 30, 40, bit of 40, bit of 50, pounds 60, 270, bit of 280, 275 and 75 here, 75 here, 75 here, 75, 75, 75, going to be 275 here, Ricardo 270. $5. $5 a pound, 510 and 510, pound 10, bit of a 10, going to be 510, bit of $5, 5, now 5, bit of 5, bit of 5, bit of 5, see okay, $5, now 5, bit of 5, 450, 450, 460, 450, 460, 460. Pope 450, 69, 95, 39. My bad. I think I got one in, one out. These cattle come from Hydro. 325 and 325 and 25 30 and 25 bit of 30 bit of 5 bit of 40 bit of 5 bit of 45 59 59 5 55 63 63 65 and now 70 bit of 3 75 and now 80 bit of 3 85 going to be 85 and 90 bit of 3 90 bit of 3 95 and 95 4 and 95 bit of 4 going to be 95 bit of 4 going to be 95 bit of 4 here poke 395 52. Post-legged, $2. 210.20 and 210.20, bit of a 210.20, bit of a 210.20, bit 20 and 210 and 20, good 20, good 210.20, 210.20, 210.20, $1.50, $1.60, $1.50, 63, going to be 170, going to get 70, going to be 80, 175 and 75 here, 75 here, 75, 75, going to be 175 here, so 170. Terry, 1. Yep. Brian, I tried to call you back. Put him on last one on 9, Terry 9. He is 325 and 325 and 25 25 25 325 and 325 5 here 325 and 25 5 325 bit of 5 325 bit of 5 325 bit of 5 3 1/4 and 325 5 here 25 25 25 25 25 $3 $5 and 3.5 bit of 5 5 5 5 bit of 5 bit of 5 and 10 going to be 310 bit of 10 3 and 10 10 10 10 15 and 3 10 and 15 bit of 10 and 15 going to be 10 15 going to be 310 bit of 15 here in tone 310. $3, not 5. And 3.5. Bit of 5, 5, 5, 5, bit of 5, bit of 3, bit of 5, go to 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 305. And 3, 5, 5, 5, bit of 5, bit of 5, bit of 5, bit of 5, 305, 305, bit of 5, bit of 5, bit of 5, bit of 5, bit of 5 here, Varner, $3. Number 72, Prager. Good steer, 275. Yeah, 275 and 75, 75, 75, 75, 80 and 75, going to be 85, 85, 85, 80, 90, 290, 295, 295 and a 3 and 95, 3 and 95, going to be 3, 3 and 95 now 3, 3 and 95, going to be 3, 3, poke 295, number 85. Big Big toss here, $2, 205, and 205, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 2, 5, 2, 205, and 205 here, 5 here, $1.50, 60, 70, 80, 90, now 2, 190, give 2, and 205, and 210 here, going to be 210, 15, 20, 220, 225, 225, 30, and 230, 225, 30, and 30, get 30, going to be 30, get 30, going to be 30, get 30, get 30 here, Ricardo, 225. Here's a big heifer. $1.50. $1.60. $1.50, 60. $1.67 here, going to be 75, going to be 80, going to get 5, going to be 90, going to get 90, going to be 195, and 95, and 95, going to get 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, going to get 95, going to get 95, going to be 195, going to get 95, going to be 195, 95 here, 95 here, so to 190, Varner 102. No preg. $2. $2.05 and $2.05. Going to get 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, going to get 5, going to get 5, going to get 5, now 2, going to get 5, going to be 2, going to get 5, going to be 205 and 205. Going to get 5, 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 going to get 5 here, Varner. $2, same way. Preg this one, 102. Preg this one, X. There's a Shanklin heifers from I don't say where. They're guaranteed open. 335 and 335 and 35, 35, 35, 40 and 35, 40, we get 35, 40, 35, 45, 45, 45, 50, we get 3, 55, 55, 60, 365 and half 5 and 65, and 65, sold 360. Runyon, put up on number 27 X Preg. Four ahead of these heifers guys from down there at Ardmore. Going to be 10 in this draft altogether. 60 days wean. They're guaranteed open. 365 and 70 and half 70. We get 370 down 65, 75, 75, 75, 375 and 375 and 80. We get 385. Going to be 85 and 90. We get 395. We get 95 and 95 4 and 95. We get 405 and 405 and 5. We get 5. We get 405 and 405 and half 5. We get 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 5 here, Dennis. $4 on 4. More of those gobble heifer guys from Ardmore. Pretty good stock. Pretty good stock here, guys. Here, 330. 332 and a half, and 32 and a half, 35, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, going to be 40, and half 40, going to get 3, 40, going to be 40, going to get 40, 340, 2 and a half, going to get 2 and a half, 42 and a half, 5, and 45, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 50, and half 50, going to get 50, going to get 50, going to get 50, 47 and a half, 50, going to get 50 and a half, 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, going to get 2 and a half, 5, and 55, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 60, and half 60, and 360 pound, going to be 60, going to get 60 here, Runyon, 357 and a half, 27X. $335 and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 37, 35, 37, 50, and 30, 7 of hand, going to be 30, now 7 of hand, going to be 30, now 7 of hand, going to be 37 of hand, and 40, and 42 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 45, 45, 45, 47 of hand, 47 of hand, 50, and 52 and a half, going to get 2 and a half, going to get 2 and a half, and 2 and a half, going to be 52, 50, and 52 and a half, 5, and 55, 57 and a half, 57 of hand, 60, and 2 and a half, going to get 2 and a half, going to get 2 and a half, going to be 60, now 2 and a half, going to be 60, now 2 and a half, LaFleur, 360 on 70. Here's the Brewer cattle guys from Watonga. Brewer heifers from Watonga, guys, and they are guaranteed open and they're guaranteed good. 320. 322 and a half, and 320, we get 250, and 320, that 2.5, going to be 20, we get 2.5, going to be 22 and a half, 5, 25, and 25, 25, 25, 25, and 5, here, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 30, and 330, and 32 and a half, going to be 30, and 2.5, going to be 2.5, we get 2.5, going to be 2.5, going to be 32 and a half, going to be 2.5, and 332 and a half here, so 330, put them on Brian Gable, 330, Brian Gable. G-A-B-L-E. Russell Noose, Hitchcock. Wean him in October. 322 and a half, 320, we get 2.5, going to be 2.5, we get 2.5, 25, 27 and a half, 30, we get 30 and a half, 30, bit 30, and 2.5, 32 and a half, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 37, 50, and 30, we get 7 and a half, 37 and a half, 40, and half, 40, half, 40, 40, 40, we get 40, we get 40, going to be 40, we get 40, going to be 40, we get 40, going to be 40, we get 40, here, down, 40, down, 40, tubby, 337 and a half, 18X. Here's the McKinley's cattle, guys. The McKinley's are long wean from Asher, Oklahoma. So the light hen yesterday, guys. Her nice efforts here. 355 and 55 and 55. 55, 7 and a half, 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 57, 50 and 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 57, 50 and 57 and a half. Going to be 57 and a half, 57. Do what? Everything today will be guaranteed open or APOs.
You're a nice guy now. Go ahead.
Now 60 and 2.5 and 2.5, 5 and 65 and 65 and 5 here running 3 62 and a half 27X. Unless told otherwise, Tommy, they will be guaranteed open. It's not Tuesday. Here's Keith Teeples, Everest. 335 and 335 and 35, 35, 35, 40 and 35, 40, 35, 40, 35, get 40 and 35, 35, 45, 49, 2.5, get 2.5, go to 2.5, 45 and 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 50 and half, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 52 and a half, and 52 and a half, 5 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55 here, 55 LaFleur, 3, 52 and a half, 70. Here's a Bodiger cattle, guys, from Denison, Texas. Bodiger's heifers, they are guaranteed. $3.5 and $3.5. We get 5 and 5. We get 5. 3. We get 3 and 3. We get 3 now 5 and $3.5. We get 5. We get 5 now 3. We get 5. Go to 3. We get 5 now 5 now 5. 305 and $3.5. We get 5. 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 We get 5 now 5. 305. 305. 305 and 510. Go to be 310. Go to be 310. 15 and 15. 20. We get 3. 25 and 25. 25. 25. 25. 25 here. 25 here. 25 here. Varner 320. 62X. Here's a Johnson cattle from up here at Stillwater, guys. Just had 4 here, 325 and 25, 25 and 25, 25, 25, 25 here, 5 here, 25, 25, 25 and 325 here, 5 here, 320 and 321, 21 and 20 and 21, 21, 21, 321 and 321 here, 1 here, 321 here. I'm gonna hold the horn heifer you want me to. 325, 325. Hold the horn heifer. 325 and 325 and 25 and 25, 25, 25 and 325 here, 20 and 22 and a half, going to be 20 bid poke, 320, and bit of a 23, going to be 20 bid 20 here, $3 are all going to go, $3 are all going to go, $3 are all going to go. Did you get 3? Now 5, 305, 305, and $3.5, we get 5, 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 we get 5 here, Varner, $3 on number 72. Take them all. Diamond W from Guthrie. Diamond W from Guthrie, boys. 335 and 35 40 and 35 and 35 35 35 35 35 40 and 35 40 and 35 40 and 35 40 and 340 and 5 and 45 and 50 50 and 2 and a half 2 and a half 55 55 57 and a half 7 and a half 63 62 and a half 5 and 65 and 65 65 65 65 65 and 65 5 65 65 65 65 here 5 65 65 65 here so 362 and a half SH 26X. Pokey, who you think's going to win this week, Kyle or Bill? Huh? Masters. Who got to draw first? Kyle got to pick first?
The loser goes first.
Oh, the loser goes first. Cattle from down there at Duncan, guys. Here's a nice set of smooth heavers are big. $3 now 5 and $3.5 and $3.5 we get 5 5 5 5 we get 5 we get 5 we get 5 we get 3 we get 5 and 10 we get 3 10 12 and a half 10 12 and a half 15 and 17 and a half 17 and a half 20 and 20 we get 20 we get 22 and a half we get 25 and 25 7 and a half 7 and 30 we get 3 32 and a half we get 2 and a half 5 and 27 and a half 7 and a half 7 and a half 7 and a half 27 50 and half 30 we get 3 30 we get 3 30 we get 3 30 and 30 30 and 2 and a half and 32 and a half 5 and 335 we get 3 35 we get 3 35 we get 3 35 here Tubby 332 and a half 18X. Here's a Gravely cattle, guys, from Gunter, Texas. He raised them all. Give them 3 rounds. Win them in December. And 375, 80, and 380, and 75, 80, and 75, 80 here. Going to be 375, 80, and 380, 380, 385, 85, 85, and 90, 395, 95, going to be 4, going to get 5, going to be 10, and 15, and 15, 4, 20, 15, and 10, and 15, and 10, and 15, and 10, 15, bit of a 10, 15, 20, and 420, going to be 20, going to be 20, going to be 20, bit of a 20, going to be 20, going to be 24, 20, Dennis, 415, 4. Seven more of these cattle, guys. He raised them all. Win them in December. Nice cattle, Lynn. 350. 355, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 57, 55, 57, 7, 7, 7, 7, 16, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 62, 50, and 2 and a half, 5, and 65, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 70, 70, and half 70, 72 and a half, 72 and a half, 72, 50, and 70, 2 and a half, 70, 2 and a half, here, Runyon, 370, 27X. Hold the blacken. Okay. Here's a Parsons cattle, guys. They're long wing. They're guaranteed. 350. 355, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, sell 3, 350, 5, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 35, and 35, 40, and 35, 40, we get 35, 40, we get 35, 40, 35, 40, and 35, 40, we get 40, 35, going to be 40, we get 40, down, 35, 40 here, 35, 40 here, Varner, 335, 62X, yard them out. Well, the Parsons cattle, guys, 325. 325, E25, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25 here, 325, E25, and 25, 25, 25, and 30, 10, 25, 30, and 25, we get 30, hand, 30, we get 30, going to be 30, hand, 30, hand, 25, we get 330, and hand, 35, and 35, 35, 32 and a half, and 32 and a half, 5, and 35, and 35, 37 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, going to be 37 and a half, we get 37 and a half, going to be 37 and a half, going to be 337 and a half here, Tubby, 335, 17X. Gotta come down there, Paul Valley Driving Winter ladies right there at 350. 355 and 55, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 7 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 and a half, 57 50 and 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 57 50 and 57 and a half, 60 now, 60 now, 2 and a half and 2 and a half, 2 and a half, going to be 60, 2 and a half, going to be 60, 2 and a half here running 360 27X. Here's a Norwood cattle, guys. Brent Norwood. Be 20 ahead of these ladies. This guy called me up. Norwood's guys running down there. Ballswell right there. Here. 330. 332 and a half, and 330, going to get 2 and a half, going to be 32 and a half, 35, 37 and a half, going to be 40, going to get 2 and a half, 45, 7 and a half, now 47, 50, 50, and 352 and a half, and 55, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 60, even a 3, 62 and a half, going to get 2 and a half, going to get 2 and a half, going to be 62 and a half, and 62 and a half, now 62, 50, and 60, going to get 2 and a half, 5, and 5, 3, 5, and now 3, 5, 63, 5, 7, and 67, and 7, 67, now high, and down high, going to be 67, down high, going to be 7, down high, going to be 9, Totter, a bit of a 9, going to be 9, bit of a 9. Here's hold, 367, Hayes, 1X. Thank you, Brent. Yep. Need mail, guys.
Cox County.
Here's a Cox cattle, Brian Cox. Long wing guys from Hayworth, Oklahoma. Highest ever's here, 350. 355, 55, 55, 7 and a half, 55, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 55, 57, 50, 55, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half here running 355, 27X. 6X, 26X. Do one more of the Cox cattle guys, Hayworth, Oklahoma. Got pretty nice stock. Not a lot of flesh. No grease on them. Yes, sir. Take your preg off the Hayes 1Xs. Okay. Just put them on number 1. Gotcha. Here we go, guys. Here, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 335, and 35, 37, 37, 37, 37, 37, 37, 50, and 40, and 2 and a half, and 42 and a half, 45, 45, 45, 47 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 50, and half, 50, 50, give 1, and 51, 51, 51, 2, 3, 53, 4, 53, 4, and 53, 4, 53, 4, 5, and 55, 56, and 55, 7, 57, 57, 50, 50, 55, 60, and 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 64, 65, 66, 66 order, and 6, and 66, here, 5, going to be 66 order there, 5, going to be 6, Tubby, 3, 65, 17X. Tubby, 17X. Yeah, more of those Cox. Yeah. Here's a Melton cattle, Ronnie Melton cattle. 335, and 335, and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 40, we get 35, 40, we get 35, 40, and 35, 40, 40, 40, we get 35, 40, 30, 40, and 45, we get 45, we get 50, we get 5, 55, 55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55 here, Runyon, 350. Put them on number 26X. Helping. Big help. Here's a Lightner cattle from Mountain View. Jim's usually here. 325, 25, and 25, 25, 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and 30, now 30, and a half, 30, 2 and a half, 32 and a half, 5, and 35, and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, gotcha, 35, and 2 and a half, 5, and 35, 7 and a half, 37 and a half, going to be 40, 42 and a half, 42 and a half, 42, 50, and 40, 2 and a half, going to be 42 and a half, 5, and 43, 43, 43, 44, 3, 44, you get 44, 44 and a half, 4, and 43, 4, 43, 4, and 43, 4, and 43, 4 here, Tubby, 3, 43, 17X. Jim Leitner. Freaking got a head cold in April. Must be something, yeah. R&K cattle, guys. Here's some good red Angus. Open heifers. 310, 12 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, group 10, 12 and a half, group 310, 12 and a half, group 10, 12 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, group 10, 12 and a half, $3, now 5, and 3 to 5, we get 5, we get 5, we get 5, 3, we get 5, group 3, we get 5, now 5, now 5, 305, and 5, 3, we get 5, we get 5, now 5, now 5, now 5, we get 5, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 10, 3, 10, 12 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, 10, 12, 50, and 10 and 12 and a half, group 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 10 and 12, they don't all going to be black, Brian. 10, 12 and a half, see bidding, 12 and a half, Tub, you're out. 15, 17 and a half, 20, 320. Tubby, 317 and a half, 18X. Hoskins cattle right there here, 335, and 35, you give out 35, 35, 35, 37 and a half, 35, 37 and a half, 7 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 and a half, 40, and 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, 5, and 45, 47 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 47 and a half, 7 and a half, 47, 50, and 40, you get 7 and a half, going to be 40, you get 7 and a half, going to be 40, you get 7 and a half, 47 and a half here, Tubby, 345, 17X. He said, yeah, they do. They all got to be black. He bought a few. He bought that first deal of Brewers. I thought they were too fat. Hey, he's gonna show up and do it himself. How many you got? 50 of them in one draft. Got 50 of them in one draft later for you. Here's one of the Hoskins cattle guys. Hoskins. 322 and a half, and 320, we get 2 and a half, and 22.50, and 320, we get 2 and a half, going to be 22 and a half, but 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, 5, and 25, and 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 30, we get 30 and a half, 30, but 32 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 5, and 35, 35, 35, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 37.50, and 30, we get 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, going to be 37.50, and 37 and a half here, Tubby, 335, 18X. Petty from Okarchi. Here's a Petty cattle. Virginia Petty. These heifers are GTO. Who's that with Jade? What have they been doing?
I don't know.
About to get you an invoice in the mail, aren't you? Oh.
Oh, look at you.
Hey, look here, guys. Here's a Petty heifers.
Start your heifer turn.
Start your lady turn right here. 335, and 35, you give out 35, 35, 35, 35, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, going to be 40, we get 2 and a half, we get 5, going to be 7 and a half, we get 50, and 2 and a half, 55, and 55, and 55 and a half, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 5, and 55, and 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 60, and now 62 and a half, we get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 5, and 65, and 65, and now 5, and now 5, 3, 4, 64, and 3, we get 4, now 5, and 66 out of here, 5, 6, 7, and 7, 67, and 7, here, going to be 7, $7 here, so about 3, 66, LaFleur, 70. You get a raise for that, Jeff. I liked him. Yeah, you guys keep earning your thoughts and prayers. He's going through a little surgery today, isn't he? it today or this week sometime.
Couple drafts these
Keep Ernie LaFleur in your thoughts and prayers, guys. Got a little surgery going on for him. Here's the Yost Summit. 2 drafts of these cattle guys from up there at Kingfisher. Right there, here, 320. 322 and a half, and 320, 52 and a half, 25, 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 32 and a half, 32 and a half, 32 and a half, 1, 3, and 35, 35, 35, 37, 37, 37 now, hey, 37 of 8, 37 of 8, good to be 9, good to be 9, good to be 9, 39, and 39, 40, and 39, 41, 41, 41, 41, 41, 41, and 40, daughter 1 here, 41, daughter 1 here, 41, 41, 41, 41 here, Tubby, 340, 18X.
we get a bread on them, he'll take it home.
Here's 5 more, $3. $3.05 and $3.05. We get 5 and a 5 here. 5, 305 and $3.05 and a 5 here. 5 and a 5 here. 5 and $3.02 and a half. We get 2 and a half. 2 and a half. 5 and 3 7 and a half. 7 and a half. 10. Good to be 10. Good to be 10. Good to be 10. 310 and 3 and a half. 10. Good to be 10. Good to be 10. Good to be 10. 10. 310. 310. 310. 310. 310 and 10. 10. Good to be 10. Good to be 10. Good to be 10. 310 here. Tubby 3 7 and a half. 19X. So you got steers too?
I don't think so.
You got any steers, Mr. Yost? Got steers, yep. Absolutely. Why do you think he wears that glove all day on that hand? You arrested? Here's the Bornham's guys. They've had their calf hood. No implants are guaranteed. Here, Bornham's. They are nice.
They raise them all night.
Yes, sir. 350, now 5, and 55, and 55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 350, now 2 and a half, and 52 and a half, 2 and a half, and down 2 and a half, and 52 and a half, 2 and a half, and 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 52 and a half, 5, and 55, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 63, 62 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, and 65, 7 and a half, 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 going to be 67, 50, and 67 and a half here, LaFleur, 365, 70. Here's a treat. Hey, Brian, did you want your heifers preg checked? Did you want your heifers preg checked you bought? They're guaranteed open.
You can count
Yeah.
like
I'll tell you. Here's some cow makers, guys. Here's some cow makers. 325. He's 25 and 25, 25, 27 and a half, 7 and a half. No implants, guys. Calf hood vaccinated. 25 and 25. He's 25 and 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 30 and a 30 and a half, 32 and a half, 32 and a half, 32, 50 and 32 and a half. Going to be 32 and a half. Going to be 32 and a half, 5 and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35. We get 335 and 335 here with 7 and a half and 37 and a half, 37 and 40 and a half, 42 and a half. We get 2 and a half, 42 and a half, 5 and 45 here, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45. Top row, you're at 45 and 45, 5 here, 45, 5 here, 45 and a half, 5 here. Brian, 342 and a half. Put them on Gable, X, and preg them. They are guaranteed open. And we need to preg his first set. And Brewer was the owner. Brewer.
long time wean now.
Long wing guys. Here's the Smith cattle guys from Henrietta. 355 and 55, 55, 60 and 55, 60 there, 55, 60, 55, 60 and 55, 65 and now 70, 83, 70, 83, 75 and 80 here, 83, 83, 80, 80, 80, 85, 85 and 93, 95 and 95 and 4, 95, 4 and 95, 4 and 95, going to be $4 and 95, going to be 405 and 405, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 405 and $4.05, 85, $5, $85, and 5, $85, 85 here, Tubby, $4. 22X. Yeah, plenty of coffee. Marlon Smith got it because Henrietta. $335 and 35. You give out 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, high five and 35 and 335. You get 35, you get 35, 37 and a half, 7 and a half, 40, you get 40, you get 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 42.50 and 40, you get 2 and a half, going to be 40, you get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, going to be 42.50 and 40, you get 2 and a half, going to be 40, you get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half here, Tubby 340, 17X. Thank you, Roger.
So Colgate.
Cody?
Yeah, here's Steve Colgate.
Here's a Cody cattle, guys, from Colgate. Going to be 36 in this draft. They are checked open. We'll get on these heifers that are sleeved open.
Nice count.
335 and 35. You give out 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35. Here you're going to be 335 and 335, high 7 and a half and 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 40, 40, then 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 5 and 45 here, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45 and 43, 3 and 2 and a half, 3, 4, now 5 and 45 here, 5 here, 6 daughter, 6, 7 and 47 and 7 and 7 and 7 of 8 daughter, 8 daughter, 8 and 9 and down 9, jig 9, down high, 9, half 9 and down high, 49 and 49 and a half, 9 and a half, 9 and a half, 50 and down 1 and 50, 51 down 2, 1, 2, 3, 50, 3 and 4, 53, 4 and 53, 4 back to you, 53, 4 and 53, 4, 53, 4, 53, 4 West you been, 54 West you been, 53, 4 Tubby 353, 14. Sounds like it. Griffin Ranch. Johnny Griffin, guys, he raised them all. Long lean from down there at Waurika. Johnny's good heifers. And 365. Has he good five? Has he good five? Has he good five? Has he good five? 7 and a half, 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 7 and 50. And 367 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half. Good and green. Now 70. And 70. We get 2 and a half, 72.50. And now 5, 75, 77.50. And 77 and a half. Here you're going to be 77 and a half. Here you're going to be 77.50. And 77 and a half. Here you're going to be 77 and a half. Here, Runyon. 375 on number 26. 27. Knew I'd be wrong. Yeah, John. John was right, but we're not gonna let him know that. Thank you, Hal. I have to. Thank you, Johnny. John Lamb from down there at Davidson. Yep, John Lamb. Checked open. Cow makers here, 355, and 51, and 50, 51, and 50, 51, 51, 51, 51, 351, and 50, 51, and 50, 51, here, 1, here, 50, 51, and 50, 51, here, 140, and 41, 2, 41, 2, 41, 2, 41, 2, 41, 2, 41, 2, and half 3, and half 3, 4, and 44, you get 5 here, 45, 46, 46 daughter, and 6, 7 here, 47 of 8 daughter, 47 of 8, 7 of 8, 7 of 8, 7 of 8, 7 of 8, 9, and 9, you get 9, 48, 9, 50, and 350, 59, 50, and 950, 59 here, 1, and 51, 50 down, 1, 50 down, 1, 2, and 52, 3, and 53, 53, 53, 4, 53, 4, 53, 4, 53, 4, 53, 4, LaFleur, 353 on number 1. 71. Yes, John Lamb. Yep. Hope not. Kucharowski. Looks like Kucharowski. West Texas. 325, and 325, and 25, 25, 25, and 325, and 25, 25, 25, 25, here, 25, here, 25, 25, and 30, and 25, 30, and 25, 30, and 25, 30, 25, and 30, and 25, going to be 30, and 30, and 30, and 20, 35, and 35, 35, 30, 37, and 37, and 40, and now 40, we get 42 and a half, we get 40, going to be 2 and a half, going to be 40, we get 2 and a half, going to be 40, we get 2 and a half, here, Tubby, 340, 17. You guys leaving? Out of money. Well, you got some dang good ones, Brian. Reese, you going to get some of them? No. Thanks, guys. Catch you later. $3 top five, and $3 to get five, checked up on $3 top five, and $3 to get five, to get five, to get three, not five, to get five, not five, to get 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 five, 305, and 305, now five, to get 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 five, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 750, and 7.5, going to be 7.5, to get 7 to 10, and 310, 310, 310, 310, and 10, 12 to 5, but 10, 12 to 5, going to be 10, 12 to 5, 15, and 350, to get 50, to get 50, to get 15, to get $15 here, Tubby, 12 and a half, 19. Here's some cable. Summertime girls. $3 top five, and $3 5, to get five, to get five, three, to get five, go to three, to get five, go to 305, and 5, to get five, to get five, 305, now 7 to half, now 10, and 10, 12 to 5, go to 10, and 12 to 5, 15, and 15, 17 to half, 17 to half, 17 to half, 17, 50, and 17 to half, you got over here, now 20, and 20, 22 and a half, now 20, go to 2 and a half, go to 20, to get 2 and a half, 5, and 25 here, 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, go to 27, 50, and 27 and a half here, bit of a half here, go to 27 and a half here, Tubby, 325. 18X. They've been checked. 18. The two drafts the Houston heifers. Prescott, Houston. Sleeved open. Nice cattle, Prescott. 365, has a good five, has a good 65, has a good 750, and 67 and a half, 70, 250, and 75, and 75 here, 75, 750, and 77 and a half, now 83, 80, 3, 2 and a half, 82 and a half, 5 here, going to be 85, 87 and a half, going to be 87 and a half, going to be 87 and a half, and 90, and 92 and a half, 92, 50, 92 and a half, 5, and 95, 97 and a half, 97 and a half, 97 and a half, going to be 4, and 402 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 5, and 405 and a 5, going to get 5 and a 5, 405, and $4.05, going to get 5, 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 405 here, Runyon, 402 and a half on number 26. All checked up on here, 335, and 35, you can have 35, sorry, half, and 37 and 37 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, going to be 37, 50, and 40, and half, 40, going to get 40, going to get 40, going to be 340, and 40, going to get 42 and a half, going to get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 5, and 45, you get 5, 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 and 45, 5 here, 45 here, Tubby, 342 and a half, 17. Thank you, Prescott. We'll stand Gary. Here's Gary. This is Dr. Burns. Dr. Burns. 2 drives of these heifers. They're checked open. 325, handle good cattle, raise good cattle, 325, and 25, and 25, 25, 25, 25, and 325, 5, 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 32 and a half, 32 and a half, 32, 55, and 35, 37 and a half, 37 and 40, 42 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 5, and 47 and a half, 47 and a half, now 50, now 50, now 50, and 350, and 350, 50, 50, 50, 350, now 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, now 50, here LaFleur, 347 and a half, 71. Heifer's got a big bag. I think he's had enough coffee, Mark. I don't know how many guys are selling cattle today, but my goodness. God. Here's the big sisters, guys. Here's Dr. Burns up here at Gary. 310, 12 and a half, and 10, 12 and a half, group of 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 10, not 12 and a half, group of 10, 12 and a half, group of 10, 12 and a half, group of 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, and 17, 50, and 17 and a half, chase out, not 20, and 22 and a half, 22 and a half, 22 and a half, here, 1, 3, and 23, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 27, and 27, now 9, and 27, group of 9, 127, group of 9, 27, group of 29, now 30, and now 30, group of 30, group of 30, group of 30, group of 30, and 29, 30, and time 1, and 34, and 31, 31, 31, 31, 31, 31, here, going to be 331, and 331, Terry out, 331, $1 here, West, 330 on 18. They've been checked, yep. Thank you, doctor. He's got ladies, Darren Lane. Here's Darren Lanes over at Red Rock. One's got a little bubbly eye. Should be on there. Not bad. 335, and 335, and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 37 and a half, 35, 37 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 750, and 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 3750, and 37 and a half, and 750, 40, and 40, 40, 40, 42 and a half, and 2 and a half, 42 and a half, 5, and 45, 47 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 50 and a half, 50 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 50 and a half, 5, and 55, and 55 and a half, 55, 55, 55, 7 and a half, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 56, 7, and 50 and a half, 7, $8, 59, $8 good $9, $9, good $9, good $9, good $9, beat him $9, good $9, good $9, here Tubby, 358.17. Thank you, Darren. Yeah. CBH cattle guys, had 4 of these. They are checked open. $3. $3, 2 and a half, and $3, 2 and a half, $2 and a half, $2 and a half, $2 and a half, $2 and a half, $3, 2 and a half, and $3, 2 and a half, 2 and a half here, 285, and 285 there, going to be 85 there, going to be 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85 here, 250, 255, 255, 260. 255, 60, and 260, 260, and 55, 60, going to get 60, going to get 60, going to be 5, going to be 60, Terry, 255, 12. The leader's pretty busy. The leader's pretty busy. He's yapping. Let's go to Anadarko, Brett Burns. These heifers are checked open. 335, and 35, you give out 35, 35, 35, 35, and 335, and 35, 35, 37 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, going to be 37 and a half, going to get 37 and a half, going to be 37, 50, and 37 and a half here, half and a half, going to be 37 and a half, 7 and a half, 40, and you get 37 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 37, 50, and 37 and a half, 35, 37 and a half, 7 and a half, going to be 37 and a half, going to be 37 and a half, going to be 335, and 335 here, what's wrong here, guys, 320. 325, 325, 325, and 25, and 25, 25, 25, 25, and 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 30, and half, 30, going to get 3, 32 and a half, 3, 32 and a half, and 30, now 2 and a half, going to be 30, going to get 2 and a half, going to be 30, now 2 and a half, going to be 32 and a half here, MH, 330 on 2. Huh? Yes, sir. Here's more of the Burns cattle guys from another Anadarko. They're checked open. Fort Cobb, Brett Burns. 325 and 25 and 25, 25, 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and 30 and a half, 32 and a half, 32.50 and 32 and a half, group 30, 32 and a half, group 2 and a half, 5 and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, group 40, 40 and 2 and a half, 8, 9 and 30 and a half, group 38 and 9, West Shot 40 and down here 41 and 41, 2, 43, 42, 3 and 4, half 4 and 44 and a half, 44 and a half, 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, jiggy 5 and 45 here, 5, 40 and a half, 5, 50 and 45 and a half, 600 and 46 a pound here, 5 and a half, going to be 46 here, 5 and a half, going to be 46, 46. Tebby, 345 and a half, 17. Hi, Henry. Got, yes. Henry Cohen. Yeah. Doctor, your heifer sold good. Thank you, sir. Sold real good. Here's some green gals.
This is another Burns. This is Burns Ranch.
Here's the Burns Ranch from Henrietta, Texas.
Win forever. They need to go back outside.
385 and 385 here. Going to be 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 90 and 95 and 95, 95, 95. Going to get 4, going to get 5, going to be 5, going to be 5, 10, 4, 10, 405, 410 and 10 and 10, 410, 410, 15 and 15, 15, 15, 20 and 20. Going to be 420 and 20, 20, going to be 20, 20, 20, going to be 20, 20, going to be 420, going to be 20, 420 and 25 and 25, 25, 30 and 30, going to get 4, 30, going to get 30, going to get 30, going to be 30, going to get 30, going to be 30 here. Runyon 425, 26.
Hello? Yes. 29. Okay, thank you.
29 here? Okay. Really 29 of them.
This is that young guy I want you to call.
Okay. Burns.
Lonnie Johnson.
325 and 25 and 25, 25, 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 750 and 20, 7 and a half, going to be 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 750 and 30 and a half, 30, 3, 30, going to be 30, 30 and 30, 30, going to be 30, 30, 330 and 30, 30, 30, going to be 30, 30 and 30, 30 and 30, 30 and 30, 30, 30. Green guys are geared. They are open. 332 and a half and 32 and a half, 5 and 35 and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35 here. Going to be 335 and 335, 7 and a half and 37 and a half, 7 and a half, 40 and a half, 40, 40, 40, 40, going to be 40, but 40 and a half, 40 and 40, 40, 40, going to be 40, going to be 40, going to be 40, going to be 40 and a half, 40 here. So 337 and a half. Tubby, put it on number 14. Carson. Here's LaFoe's. Here's 2 drafts of Andrews. 350 and half, 5 and 55 and half, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 355 and 55 and 55 and half, 55, 2 and a half and 52 and a half, 52 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 50 down, 2 and a half and 52 and a half, 2 and a half, going to be 50 down, 2 and a half, going to be 50 down, 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half here, 35 and 35, 40 and 35, 40, 35, 40, 35, 40, 35, 40 and half, 40, 40, 40 and half, 35, you get 40 and 35, 40, 40, 40, 40, 40 and 35, 40 and 35, 40, 40 here, Tubby, 335. 17. Six more Andy LaFoe's, guys. They are checked open. 310 and 310, 12 to 5, going to be 10 and 12 to 5, going to be 10 and 12 to 5, going to be 10, 12 to 5, going to be 10, 12 to 5, going to be 310, 12 and a half, and 10, 12 to 5, going to be 10, 12 to 5, 10, 12 to 5, 10, 12 to 5, 10, 12 to 5, going to be 12 and a half, 15 and a half, 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 17, 50, and 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 17, 20, and half, 20, 20 and half, 22 and a half, going to be 22 and a half, 5, and 25 here, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, and 30, going to get 3, 30, and half, 30 and 2 and a half, going to be 30, going to get 2 and a half, 5, and 35, 35, 35, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 going to be 37.50 and 337 and a half here. Tebby 335.18.
We'll have bread sale later, ain't we?
Yeah, we are. These are open, checked open.
These are checked open, guys.
335 and 35, 5 and 35 and 35, 35, 35, 35 and 35 here, 5 here, 5 here, going to be 330, that one, and 331, 31, 31, 31, 31, 31, 31, 31, 31, 31, 331, and 33, 33, 35, 33, 35, 7, and 37, here, 7, 35, 7, and 35, going to be 7 here, 5, going to be 7 here, 35, going to be 7 here, Tebby, 335, 14. $3. They're checked open. $3. $2.50. $2.60 and $2.50. Going to be 2.5. Going to be $2.60. $70. Going to get $2.70. Going to get $2.80. Going to get $2.70. Give $80 and $2.80 and $7.5. $80. Going to get $2.80. Going to get $2.80. Going to get $2.80. $2.90. Going to get $2.90. Going to get $3 and $90. Going to get $3 and $90. Going to get $3. Going to be $90. Going to get $3. Going to be $2.90. Going to get $3 here. Going to be $90. Going to get $3. Ricardo $2.90.
Getting them warmed up.
Hello, Ryan Crittenbrink. How are you, man? You ain't kidding. He has. He's about my age. Gary Tech. Yep, Gary and Jody. One has a little Popeye on the deal. She'll be there, guys. That's what they raised. Win them back in the fall, and they are guaranteed open. They're guaranteed good. 331, 331, 31, 31, 31, 331, 331, 31, 31, 32, 32, 33, 33, 34, 34, 5 here, 35, 600, 36, 7 here, 7, 7 8, 37 8, 37 8, 37 8, 9, and 40, 40, 40, 40, 40, 40, 41, and 41, 41, 2, 42, 41, 2, and 41, 2, 42, 3, and 43, 44, 5, 600, and 45, 6, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, and 46, 7, and 47, 46, 7, and 46, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, here, going to be 7, 7, here, going to be 7, LaFleur, 346, number 71. Yep, sure is. Cow Power coming to the ring. Or Gary and Jody Tex, ladies, got how they are guaranteed open. How they're here, $3 a pound, and $3.05, and $3.05, 7 and a half, 7 and 10, 10, 10, 12 and 10, 12 and 15, 17 and a half, going to be 20, and hand 20, going to be 20, 320, and hand 20, 320, and hand 20, going to be 20, bit of a 20, going to be 20, bit of a 20, 320, and down 2 and a half, and 25 here, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 30, and hand 30, going to get 3, 30, going to get 3, 30, going to be 330, and 30, get 30, going to be 330, and hand 30, going to get 30, going to be 32 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 5, and 35 here, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35 here, going to be 335, and 335 here, 5 here, 5 here, you get 5 here, 35 here, West, 332 and a half on number 18. You want to check those, Wes? 18X. Pokey been a couple times early. Yeah, early. That big back heifer we can do. Gary, I think so. Yeah. Yeah, I think so too. I would too. Ryan, here's Ryan's. Crit break time, ladies and gentlemen. They are guaranteed open. 321, and 321, and 20, and 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, and 321, 31, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, and 21, 2, 3, and 23, we get 4, and 24, we get 5, and 25, 600, and 6, 7, and 7, and 7, and 7, and half, 8, 3, 9, 9, 25, we get 30, and 30, 30, 31, and 32, 1, 2, 3, we get 33, we get 34, we get 33, we get 4, and now 5, 6, and 35, 36, 36, 7, and 7, we get 37, 37, 37, and now 940 and 35, 40, 40, even 40 and 35, 40, 35, get 40 and 35, 40, we get 40, 35, we get 40, going to be 40, we get 40, 35, we get 40 here, going to be 35, we get 40. West 339, 18 X Preg. Hi, Donna. Hi, Steven. Pretty good. Is that all Ryan had? Looks like it. White faces. White face cat guys from OKC Beckman. Saw the light in yesterday. All checked open the Beckmans. You liked them? Right there, here, 55, and 55, and 55, and 55, 2 and a half, 52 and a half, 5, and 55, and 55, 55, 7 and a half, 55, 57, 60, and now 60, you're going to get 60, you're going to be 2 and a half, and 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, 65, and 65, and 65, 7 and a half, 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 70, and now 70, you're going to get 3, 72 and a half, 72 and a half, 72, 50, and 75, and 75 here, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, and 75 here, 75 here, 75 here, 75 here, 75, 75 here, Runyon, 372 and a half, 27. Ryan's, that all you brought in was them 36 heifers. Thank you, sir. Here's the next size up. Here's a split draft. Here's going to be 86 in this draft. They here, Beckman's? Didn't make it on vacation. I don't blame him. I think would be just fine. I do too, yeah. I do like them. Hybrid vigor. Hybrid vigor. 320, head 1, and 321, and 20, and 21, 21, now 1, and 320, and 20, and 21, 21, 21, 21. Do what, Wes? These two? Yes, sir. 321 and 21 and 20 and 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21 and 321 and 21 2 and 21 2. Money's on 21 2 and 21 2, 21 2 and 3 and 23 and 4 4 and 23 24 25 and 25 26 and 25 6 7 and 7 and 7 and halfway through 8 and 9 chicken 9 here 28 and 9 30 and 30 30 30 30 30 here 25 30 and 25 30 30 30 30 30 and 25 30 and 25 30 30 30 30 and 25 30 30 30 and 25 30 30 30 West 329 18. Thank you, Beckmans. Okay, we got steers after a while. Addison's, Rusty's. Here's Rusty's. Be low to these cattle guys. Be 150 days on the wing and no win plans. Right off the week, guys. Rusty's. Light pan. Good ones right there, here, 355, and 55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 7 and a half, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 60, and down 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5, and 65, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 70, 72 and a half, 72 and a half, 1, 3, and 73, 73, 5, and 75, 77, 77, 75, 7, 9, and 77, now 9, now 81, 83, 83, 5 here, 85, 7, 87, 89, 87, 9, 87, 9, there, going to be 87, bit of a 9, there, going to be 87, going to be 9, 87 down, high, going to be 87 down, high, going to be 87, going to be 9, here's hold, 387, the Fleur, 70. All right, we'll take a couple of them yard outs, get them cleaned up. How many trains y'all get? Dose. Good. Little big bag heifer. $3. $3.05 and $3.05. Bit of five, $5, bit of five, bit of five, $3, bit of 10, go to 310, 310. You're out of tone, 310, 310, 310, and now 10 and 3.5, go to 10, bit of 10, bit of 10, now 10, 310, 310 here, Terry, 305, 9. We held it. I don't know why he held her. I don't know what was wrong with her. She was just black. Just black one. Just a little small black. 385. 385 90. 85 90. 85 90. 85 90. 85 90. 85 90. 85 90. Poke 385. 52. She been checked? Is that a preg? Nah. No. Need more coffee? Guys, here's 41 more Rusties, guys. They're long, 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 forever wean. They've been running right on the wheat field. Live Pan, Texas. Nice cattle, Rusty.
$3.25, $8.25, and 25, 25, 25, 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, going to be 25, it gets 7 and a half, going to be 25, it gets 7 and a half, going to be 27 and a half, 30, and a half, 30, and 30, get 30 there, going to be 30, get 30 there, going to be 30, get 30 there, going to be 30, 2 and a half, it get 2 and 5, and 35, 35, 35, half, and 37 to 40, and half, 40, 40, 40, it get 40, half, 40, it get 40, going to be 40, half, 40, and 7 to 40, half 1, and 41, 41, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 quarter, and 46, 7, and 7, 7, 7, 47, and 47, and 7, 7, 7, 7, 46, 7, and 47, going to be $8, and 47 of 8, half, 8, 40, 8, 40, 8, $40, and 48, 3, get 40, get 40, get 40, get 47, $58, and 40, half, 8, 48, here, Tubby, 347 and a half on 17. Thank you, Rusty.
Pretty good stock you got coming in here, Billy. One heifer's got a Popeye. She'll be on the deal, guys. Schweitzer is one Popeye. She'll be there. Schweitzer going to be 36 head of these cattle, and they are checked upon. Pretty big, ain't they?
Yes, sir, 325, and 325, and 25, 25, 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and 30, and 30, and 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 5, and 35, 37 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 40, and 40, going to get 2 and a half, 42 and a half, 45, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 47 and 50, and 2 and a half, and 52 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 51, and 50, 51, 50, 51, here, 1, here, 1, here, 1, here, West, 350, 18.
One has little warts on her neck. She'll be on there, guys. Go to Valley View, Texas. There's Zimmers, guys. Be low to these Zimmers. All sleeved open.
$3.25, yeah, $3.25, and 25, 25, 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, and 27 and a half, going to be 27 and a half, going to be 27 and a half, going to be 27.50, and 20, 7 and a half, 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 going to be 27 and a half, and 27 and a half, and 750, 7 and a half, 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 going to be 27 and a half, 30, and 30, 30, 30, and 25, 30, going to be 30, going to be 30, 30, and 25, 30, and 25, 30, and 25, going to be 30, 30, going to be 9, 30, going to be 9, 30, Tubby, 329, 18.
Zimmers.
$3. $3.05, and $3.05, we get 5, 5 here, 5, we get 5, we get 5, we get 5, we get 5, and 3, we get 5, going to be 5, outside, 305, and 305, and 3.05, we get 5, we get 5, and 10, going to be 10, we get 10, 10, 310, 310, 310, 310, 15, and 15, 20, and now 20, we get 320, we get 320, we get 3, 15, 20, and 20, 20 there, going to be 20, 20 there, going to be 20 here, Tubby, 3, 15, 17.
Leo. Another guy that didn't call. Leo. Looked like a raisin.
$3.05, and $3.05, we get 5 here, 5, we get 5, we get 5, 305, and 3.5, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, going to be 10, 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 17.50, and 17.20, and now 20, going to be 20, going to be 20, going to be 20, going to be 20, now 20, and now 20, we get 3, 20, going to be 3, 20, now 20, now 2 and a half, 21, 3, and 21, 3, and 21, 2, 2, 3, and 20, we get 3, and 20, we get 3, going to be 20, we get 3, and 20, we get 3, 20, we get 3, 4, and 23, 24, 24, 24, 23, 4, and 23, we get 4, going to be 23, we get 4, going to be 23, we get 4, going to be 23, now 4, and 23, 24, 23, 24, going to be 23, we get 4, so 323, Tubby, 19.
Be the Dameron cattle guys. Been selling these cattle all year long, haven't we? Carter Damerons. Be 37 head in this cut. 325, 25, and 25, 25, 25, 27 and 7 and 7 and going to be 27 hand and 27.50 and 27 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 30 and 2 and a half, 32 and a half, 35, 35, 35, 35 here, 35 here, wish out and 35 and 35 here, 5, 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 40 and half 40, 40, 40, 40, 40, going to be 40, 40, 40, going to be 40, 40, 40, 340 and half 40 and half 40, 40, 40, 40, 40, going to be 40, 40, 40, going to be 40, 40, 40 and half 9, 40, 39, half 40 and half 41, now 41. And 41, and 41, 41, 41, 41, 41, and 40, 41, here, 1 here, Tubby, 340, 18, 28. $44 of them. Philip Teague, guys, from Northern Antlers. Philip Teague. No grease on these cattle guys. Right there, here, 355 and 55 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, leave no pun, 55, 7 and a half, and 55, 57 and a half, 7 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 and a half, 57, 50, 60, and now 60, and 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 5, and 65, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 70, and now 70, now 70, 70, 70, mid 70, and now 70, 70, 70, 70, now 70, now 9, 79, here 71, and 73, and 73, 71, 73, 75, 75, 75, 73, 75, 73, 75, and 73, 55, 73, 55, you're out, and you're out, and you're out, 73, 57, and 77, 77, now 9, and now 9, 77, going to be 9, daughter, now 9, going to be sold, 377, Kyle 1. Here's what they look like later in life, Kyle. 335, and 335, and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, and 35. Raiders here, 35, 7 and a half, and 35, and 37 and a half, 7 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 and a half, going to be 37.50, and 37 and a half, going to be 37 and a half, going to be 37 and a half, and 37.50, and 37 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, going to be 3, 37, 40, and half 40, 40, 40, going to be 9, going to be 40, going to be 9, going to be 40, going to be 9, going to be 40, going to be 9, now 40, and 40, and 39, 40, 40, 40, going to be 40, going to be 40, 39, 40, and 39, 40, 40, 40, going to be 40, going to be 40, Jeff Yacht 40, and 39, 40, 40, going to be 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 40 here, Tubby, 339, 17. $14. Go to Welch, guys. This man's been sending lots of cattle down here. Going to be 2 loads. These cattle guys, look how green they are. Whole consignment will be checked open right here.
Still wearing their hair now.
355, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55 here, 55 there, 55, 55, 55, 55, and 55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 51, and 51, and 50, 51, 50, 51, here, 1, 51, 1, here, 1, 51, and 51, and 50, 51, 50, 51, here, 2, and 51, 2, 1, 2, 51, 2, 3, and 53, 53, 53 4 here, 53 4, and 53 4, 53 and a half 4 here, 4 here, $4, sold 353. Put them on SH 27. $80-something. 87 to the next draft. He has. He shipped lots of cattle this year. Wade chair. She is. 335 and 35. You give out 35, 35, 35, 35. Sometime girls here. 35 and 35. 35 and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35 of 5 here. 31 and 31 2 and 31 2 2 3 and 33 33 34 34 33 4 34 now 5 and 35 35 35 35 35 34. You 5 and 35 here. 5 of 5 6 cutter and 35. Going to be 6 here 5 6 7 and 37 and 7 7 7 7 7 7 here. Going to be 337 and 6 7 and 7 7 7 7 7 here. Going to be 7 bid 7 bad now 7 and 37 how hey and 37 of 7 of 7 of 7 of 7 of going to be half now hey and 38 and a half here. You give 8 now or 38 and a half here. 8 and a half 9 and down 9 you get 9 38 and a half a 9 and down 9 daughter going to be 9 daughter even 9 going to be 9 going to be 9 39 39 and 39 here going to be 9 daughter going to be 9 here going to be 9 here Tubby 338 and a half 1. Yard him out. Crippled. Brindles. Brindle. Cow maker. Oh, yeah. Doug Parr. He always raises good cattle. Always handles good cattle, guys. Be a load of these. Be 58 to Doug's. Always like these cattle. Be a load of these Doug Parr heifers from down at Ninnekah. He raised them all and they're checked open. 331 and 31 and 31 31 31 31 31 and 31 and 30 31 31 31 31 31 2 and 31 2 2 2 and 2 3 and 33 34 34 34 34 5 and 35 6 35 of hand 35 of hand 5 of hand 6 and 36 and a half here 7 and 37 50 and a half here bit of a half here good $8 and 38 and a half here good 8 and a half you give 8 and a half good 8 and a half 9 and 39 and a half get down a half, get down a half, get down a half, 40 and 340, 50 and 40 and a half here, going to be 40 and a half here, going to be 40, 50, 40 and a half here, half and a half here, going to be 40 and a half here, going to be half, West 340, 18. Here's another reputation set of heifers, guys. Here's a Cole Thompson. Be 3 pot loads of these heifers. Be 80 in the first cut. They are all checked open. A little hand-to-weight heifers from guys from Cole Thompson down at Waco.
All right there, here at 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, and a half, and 57 and a half, and 55, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 to 60, and down 2 and a half, going to get 2 and a half, going to be 2 and a half, 5, and 65, and 65, and 65, 65, and 65, 7 and a half, 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 70, and half 70, going to get 2 and a half, going to be 70, going to get 2 and a half, going to be 70, going to get 2 and a half, 72, 50, and now 5, and 75 on him, 75 here, 75, 50, and 77 and a half, going to be 77 and a half, 80, and now 80 there, 80, 380, and 380 pound here, 80, 380, 380, 380, 380, and now 80 there, 80, give 80 there, 80 here, going to be 380, and now 80, Jeffrey out 80, and now 80 here, 80, going to be 80 now, 80 here, Tubby, 377, 50, 21.
More loads of it.
Guys be 146 in the next draft.
Did you really?
In the mail.
In the mail?
Yeah.
They mailed it to you?
Yeah.
No cash?
No cash. Where was it? Where'd you lose it?
I don't know. I stopped by in the store last Wednesday, and I lost it. Yeah, I got my license, credit card, and the tax number, and 1800. The 1800.
1800's gone, but he mailed him the wallet.
Got the wallet.
He got it in the mail.
They mailed the wallet to you.
See, somebody written it to the mail. I got 2 driver's licenses.
Was there could you tell who mailed it to you?
No, somebody probably.
Oh, somebody just brought it to you.
Yeah.
Huh.
Somebody brought it.
Summertime going in.
Guys, his reputation, guys, working on Mr. Cole Thompson's cattle from down there at Waco, some summertime feeding girls. Money pot lid. 335 and 35. You give out 35, 35, 35, 35. 35 and 35, 35, 35, 35, 5 here, 5 here, 7.5 and 37 and 40 and then 2.5 and 2.5, 45. 45 and 45, 47 and 47 and 47 and 47, 50 and 67 and 46, 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 of 8 here, 9 here, 40 pound 9, you get 9, 50 and 350 down 50 and 351 and 50, 51 here, 9, 2 here, 1, 2, 3 and 53, 53, 4 here, 4, 5 and 55 and 55, 600 and 55, 56, 7 and 7 87 and now 7 now 8 here, 8 here, going to be 358 and 358 and now 57 going to be 8 here, 358 and now 8 here, Tubby 357 on number 37, yard him out, crippled black baldy. Cole, thank you. Let's go to Decatur, Texas. These split draft these cattle guys. Reed. Monty Reed from Decatur.
Okay, split draft of 57. I have 28 million. Outside in the 10.
We'll be all right. We'll be all right.
Sorry.
Be a load them, guys. They're checked open. $3 now 5 and 305 and 305 to get 5 and 5 here 5 to get 305 and 3 to find 5 here 5 to get 5 to get 305 outside 305 and 3 to find 5 to get 5 to get 5 to get 305 and 3 to 5 here I'm going Bulls 305 and 3 to 5 to get 5 to get 5 to get 5 to get 305 305 305 and 3 to 5 here 5 to get 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 5 now 10 3 now 10 now 15 now 20 320 now 5, 325, 325, and 325 here, 25, 25, 25 here, Tubby, 320, 37, 38, 38. Here's a post heifer's guide from Umberto Kingfisher. There's a nice set of cattle. That's one right there. $3, 2.5, and $3 now 2.5, and $3, 2.5. Get 2.5 here, 2.5. Get 2.5. Go to 2.5. Get 2.5. Go to 2.5. 2.5. Now 5, and 3 to 5, and 3 to 5, 5. Get 5. Get 5. Get 5. 7.5. 7.5. 7.5. 7.5. 7.5. 7 to 10, and 310, and 7 to 5. Go to 310. 7 to 5. Go to 310. 7 to 5. Go to 310. 310. 310. 310, and now 10, and 10 to 5. 10. 10. Go to 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 310. Tub 3750. 19. Let's go to Cashin, guys. Right there, you're going to be double C's from Cashin. Checked open. Kerr cattle. Raised them all. Nothing but we got right there. You're going to be $3, 2.5, and 3, 2.5, 5, and 3 to 5. It'll get 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, it'll get 5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 10, and 3, 10, 3, 10, 12.5, and 10 and 12 to 5. Going to be 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 3, 10, 12, 50, and 10, 12 to 5. Going to be 10 and 12 to 5. Going to be 10, 12 to 5. Going to be 10, 12 to 5. Tubby 3, 10, 19. Steers later. Thank you, Mike. I said that. Yeah. Circle K. Two drafts of these categories. Here's Circle K. Right there, here. Paul King. Right there, here. 55 and 55 and 55. 55, 60 and 5. And to get a 70. We to get 3, 70. We to get 3, 65, 70. And now 75, 75, 75. Get 75, 80. 5, 85, 90. We to get 3, 90. 85, 90. 85. Good 90. 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 We to get 90. Sold. 385. Reno 26. Yeah, he did buy him. Yeah, she was here yesterday. Three 10, 12 and a half. 10 and 12 and 5. Go to 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 10 and 12 and 5. 15, 17 and a half, 20, and then 20, and 2 and a half, 25, 25, 25, 25, 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 30, and then 30, we get 30, 30, bit 30, and then 32 and a half, and 35, and 35, and 35, 37 and a half, 37 and 40, and then 40, 40, 40, we get 40, 41, and 41, 2, 42, 3, 43, 4, 43, we get 4, and 43, 4, and 43 and 4, 44 here, 4 here, West. 343, 18. Yeah, she was here yesterday. Her and, it's not, it's Roger's wife. Roger's wife? Yeah. Yeah, okay, Barbara. Yeah. I didn't see Roger, but I saw her.
Is that who we're talking about?
Yes, yes, yeah.
They were cousins or something. That was Ray.
Get out of here, fly. Yeah.
He's a Lowly's Cochran has it.
Here's a Cochran. James Cochran down there at Hugo, guys. He raised them all. No implants in these cattle. And sleeved up on 355 and 55 and 55 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 60 and 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 70 and 3, 70 pound. Going to be 70. We to get 70. We to get 70. 2 and a half, 5 and 77 and a half, 80, 80, 380, 380 and 380 up here, 380 and 380 here, running 377 and a half, 27. Got your little stack right there. Did you ride them around in the truck?
She can buy one of those expensive Charlotte.
What do you got here? God, dog.
Who's that? Cochran.
Yeah, James Cochran.
Another guy that didn't call.
Split draft, right? Be 67 of these Cochran heifers.
Overlook these, get a load up.
325, 25, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 5, 5 here, 5 here, 325, 325, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 600, and 25, 26 out of here, 6, 7, and 7, and 7, 7, 8, 9, 29, 29, 29, 9, 30, and 39, 1 here, 31, 31, 31, 31, 2, and 31, 2, and 3, and 33, 3, and 33, 4, and 33, 4, and 33, 4, and 33, 4, and 34, and 33, 34, 33, and 4, going to be 33, get 4, and 33, 4, going to be 33, we get 34, and 33, we get 34, we get 33, 34, 5, and 35, and 35, and 35, 36, and 35, 6, 7, and 37, we get 37, we get 37, we get 37, we get 37, going to be 7 here, sold 336, T, 8. Yes, sir. Be 7 more exotics. 310, and 310, 12 to 5, 10, 12 to 5, 10, 12 to 5, 10, 12 to 5, 310, 12 and a half, and 15, and has 17 and a half, going to be 20, going to be 20, 22 and a half, going to be 22 and a half, and 320, that 2 and a half, going to be 20, we get 2 and a half, going to be 22, 50, and have 20, we get 2 and a half, going to be 20, we get 2 and a half here, Tubby, 320, 14. Thank you, James. Old man.
Yes.
Got to have house slippers. Hit that rock, didn't you?
Huh?
The sore footy, you hit that one rock.
What rock?
We got one out here, too.
I feel low these everywhere.
Byford.
Reader box.
Reader Byford.
Just open, nice guy.
Be 23 here, 36 right behind him, and all sleeve it open. Down there at Marlowe. 325, 25, and 27 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 7 and 750, and 20, we get 7 and 5, going to be 20, we get 7 and 30, we get 32 and a half, 32 and a half, 35, 30 and 5, 7 and 50, and 37 and 37 and a half, 6, 7, and 37, 37 and 8, 7 and 8, 7 and 8, 39, 39, 39, 39, 30, 40, and 39, 40, 40, 40, we get 40, going to be 40, we get 40, going to be 40, we get 40 here, 40 here, 40 here, so 339 West 18. No, he still has some.
Thank you.
It's a partnership deal. Can't get rid of them.
Is that where Dr. Union?
Yeah. Yep. Yes. He wants to get rid of them so bad. That guy just won't.
They won't turn loose?
Won't turn loose. And he shows him. He goes, "The blacks bring $4. These Herefords bring $3.50. Why don't we swap out these Herefords and buy
Who
some
you
blacks?"
talking to, the dad?
No, he's got a partner. I can't think of the guy's name.
He owns the place.
Yeah, he owns the place. Owns the only one Hereford has. You talk about a real set, Gary. Cow power. $3, 2.5, and $3, 2.5. We get 2.5, and 2.5. We get 2.5. Group 2.5. We get 2.5. Group 3, 2.5, and 250, and 3, 2.5. High, and now 5. We get 5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.50, and half, and 7.50, not 10, and 3, 10, and 10. Group 10, not 11, and 3, 10, 11, not 3, 10, 11, and 10, 11, 10, 11, 10, 11, 10, 11, 10, 11, 10, 11, 10, 11, 10, 11, 10. Group 3, 11, and 3, 10, 11. How about you, Terry? Not 11. Thought so. 12, 11, 12, and 12, and 13. We get 13. We get 13. We get 14. We get 14. We get 14. And $14, and 14, 15, we get 15, we get 15, 15, and 14, we get 15, going to be 14, we get 15, going to be 14, 15, and $14, 15, we get 15, we get 15, going to be 14, we get 15, going to be 14, $15, 15, Tabby 3, 14, 19. I'm not either.
Be 100 100 of these good heifers.
Guys, going to be 100 of the Standridge heifers this week.
We checked them last night, and they're all open.
Checked them last night. They're all open. Reputation set of females, guys. Here's the Standridges, Donna and Steve. Of course.
You'll like them.
Yes, they are. He starts with a good one.
Okay, I'll put on one extra 3 when you're ready.
Who he take first? Mighty Pot trotting in, guys.
They are nice now.
They're all checked open. $3, 2.5, and $3, 2.5. We get 2.5 here. 2.5. We get 2.5. 2.5. 2.55 and 3.5 and 3.5. We get 5 here. 5 here. 5 here. Going to be 3 whole 5 and 3.5 here. 5 7.5 and 7.5 7 10 3 10 3 7 10 and now 10 11 and 3 10 11 3 10 11 11 3 11. We get 3 11. We get 3 10 not 11 and 3 10 11. We get 3 11. We get 3 11. Going to be 3 10 not 11 and 3 10 11. We get 3 11. We get 3 10 11 and 3 10 11 12 11. Going to be 12 11 11 now 12 11 going to be 3 12 11 going to be 3 12 11 going to be 3 12 and now 12 going to be 3 12 going to be 3 12 11 going to be 3 12 11 going to be 3 12 11 going to be 312 to be 311 and a half 19. Guys, thank y'all.
Okay, thank you.
Here's some green gals. Shamrocks.
Police cattle.
Here's a Galeese cattle, guys. Here's a Galeese.
Angus Gelby Cross.
Angus Gelby Cross. 355, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 7 and a half, 55, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 60, and now 60, and 7 and a half, going to be 60, going to get 60, now 2 and a half, you get 2 and a half, 5, and 5, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 70, we get 3, 70, we get 3, 70, now 78, 9, and now 9, you get 9, 70, we get 3, 70, going to be 1, and 70, 71, 71, 71, 71, 71, and 71 here now, 71, and 71 here, 1 here, 371, and 371 here, 1 here, 1, 2, now 2, 72, 73, 73 online, 73, and 72, 3, and 72, now 3, and 72, going to be 3, 73, going to be 3, and 73, going to be 3, out of line, 72, going to be 3, and now 73, 4, and 74 here, 74, 74, 74, 74, 75, and 75, re out again, a little quicker online, 75, and 74 and 5 here, 75, 75, 75, 74, 75, 74, 75, and now 5, 75, going to get 5 here, sold, 374, LaFleur, put them on 70. Big end of them, guys, right there, here, 322 and a half, and 325, 25, and 25, 7 and a half, and 30, and half 30, we get 30, going to be 30, we get 30, going to be 30, going to be 30, going to be 30, and half 7 and a half, 30, and half 30, and half 30, we get 3, 30, we get 3, 30, going to be 30, we get 30, going to be 30, we get 30, and half 30, get 30 there, going to be 30, we get 30, going to be 30, we get 30, going to be 30 here, West, 327 and a half, 18. Thank you, Kelly. Here's two drives. These Tabor cattle guys from Hadley, Texas. Hadley, somewhere.
355, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 7, 55, 57, 7, 7, 57, 50, and 57, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 57, 50, and 57 and a half here, 60, and now 67 and a half, 60, and 7 going to be 360, we get 360, we get 360, and 7 going to be 367, going to be 360 here, Runyon, 357 and a half, 27.
Yeah, right now. Hang on, Gary. Yeah, we need to get this one. Is that the one making all that noise? Mark her at $4 per on Varner 129. Not 4, whatever it was.
And that cripple off of 1037 also. Tanner was a 102 that you didn't price, he said.
Got it.
Okay. Uh-huh.
You thank Steve and Donna?
I did. I sure did.
Okay, thank you.
They just showed up out of nowhere. Biggins. Well, the Tabor guys. Blacks and Showers. They're checked open.
Three 25, 25, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 going to be 27, 50, 27 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 going to be 27, going to be 27, going to be 27, going to be 30, and 2 and a half, and 32 and a half, and 32 and a half, 32 and a half, 32 and a half, 5, and 35, and 35, 35.
Yes, sir. Hold your gate. Hold your gate. Okay, hang on. 325, 25, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 5 here, 25 here, 25, and 25, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25 here, 25 here, 25, and 25, 25, 25 here, 25, 25, 25 here, 320, and 321, and 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, 21, now 1, and 321, 2, 3, 23, 3, 23, 3, and 23, 3, 4, and 24, and 23, 24, 23, 4, 23, 4, 23, 4, going to be 23, 4, going to be 23, 4, and 23, 4, and 23, 24, here, going to be 23, 24, here, going to be 23, and 4 here, Tubby, 323, 18. Steven, thanks again. See you guys. Thanks, Donna. Here's a bushers. Here's some handy weight cattle. 355, 55, 55, checked up on 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 57, going to be 60, 2.5, and 5, 7.5, now 7.5, 70, and 370, and now 70, 70, 70, 2.5, and 72.5, 5, and 75, 50, 77.5, 80, 80, you give 80, 80, 80, give 80, 80, 80 here, right in, 377.5, 26. Guys, going to be 61 more of the bushers. Be a load of these cattle coming in, all sleeved open. Yard them out. Hard breather. Yeah. I'd be breathing hard if I run that far too, Colt. No. I don't know if you can make it 2 alleys. Yes. That's about as far as I can go. 335, and 335, you give out 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 5, 35, and 335, and 335, and 35, 5 here, 5 here, 5 here, 30, and 1, and 31, and 31, 2, 33, and 33, 33, 33, 33, 33, and 2, 3, 4, and 34, and 5 here, 5 here, 35, you give 5, 35, 600, and 36, 7, and 37, we get 37, we get 37, group 9, group 9, group 9, group 9, 40, and 40, and 39, 40, and 40, 40, and 35, 40, we get 40, 35, 40, 40, we get 40, you get 41, and 41, 41, 41, 41, 41, and 41 here, 40 down 2, 42, 1, 2, and 42, another 2, 1, 2, and 42, 41, $2 here, Tubby, 341, 17, yard them out. Thank you to the bushers. SGR cattle. 6 here, 335, 35, 35, 35, 35, 37, 35, 37, 7, 7, 7, 7, 3750, 37, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, going to be 3750, and 37, going to be 37, going to be 37, going to be 331, and 331, and 31, 31, 31, 31, 31, 31 here, going to be 331, and 331 here, 1 here, 1, ham 1, Tubby, 330, 17. Yes, SGRs. Summer girls in the ring, 321. 21 and 20 and 21, 21, 21, 21, 1 and 20, 1, 21, 1 and 2 and 22, 22, 3 and 23, 3 and 4, 24, 5 and 25, 6, 25, 6, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 8, 27, 8, 9, 9, 20, 9, 30 and 30, 1, 31, 31 and 2 and 32, 32, 32, 32, 31, 2 and 32, 2, 3 and 33, 3, 4 and 34, 35, 35, 35, 36 here, 35, 6, daughter and 35, 6, 7 and 37, 30, 37, 39, 39, 39, 40, 3, 43, 40, and 39, 40, 40, 40, 40, 39, 40, and 39, 40, 40, 40 here at Tubby, 339, 14, 339. Here's from Crown Ranch. Is this Chad? Here's Chad's good cattle guys. They're all home raised. They're all long weaned. 120 days on the weaning. They checked these. $4. 410, 420, 420, 30, 40, 50, 450, 450, 440, 450, 450. Dennis, 440, 4. Norris Sims, what Dad calls him. Norris. Yeah, you were. I thought you was doing pretty good today, too. Here's more of them, guys. They're all one raising down there in Weatherford, Texas. $335 and $335 and $35, $35, $35, $35, $35, $35 and $37 and a half, $37 and a half, $7 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 and a half, $37, 40, 40, going to be 2 and a half, 42, 55 and 45, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 50 and a half, 52 and a half, 2 and a half, 5 and 55, 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and 60 and now 60s, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 5 and 65 and 65, 5, 7 and a half, 7 and 70, 3, 72 and a half, 72, 50 and 70, 2 and a half, going to be 70, 2 and a half, 72, 50 and 70, 2 and a half, going to be 70. 2 and a half, 72 and a half, to be 370, 21. Here's some Gant cattle guys here, sure Gant. More the Teagues. Philip Teague, another Antlers. 365, and 65, and 65, and 65, 65, 65, 65, 65, 65, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 67 and a half, and 67 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 65, and 65, and 65, 65, 65, 55, and 55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, hold your gate, 55, and 55, and 55, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 51, and 51, and 50, 51, and 50, 51, here, 35, let's go, 35, and 37 and a half, outside, and 37, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, going to be 37, going to be 37, going to be 37, going to be 37, 50, and 337 and a half, here, half, here, half, here, Varner, 335, 502. Any breads on them? Okay. Okay. Better do gas. Here's a Addison, Matt Addison. All right, right there, here, 335, and 35, you go about 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35 half, and 37, 35, 37 and a half, 7 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 and a half, 750, and 30, 57 and a half, going to be 40, and 40, 40, 40, 40, going to be 40, 40, 40, going to be 40, 40, 40, 40, here, Tubby, 337 and a half, 28. Aaron Whitfield, guys. How about Guthrie?
385 and 385 there. Go to 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 90 here. 85, 90 here. 85, 90 here. 85, 90 here. 85, 90 and 390 and 385 and 90. How about you? 85 and 95 and 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95 here. Dennis 394. 14. Pin him with the fours. A little better deal than the last deal. That's a little better deal than the last deal. I don't know. Maybe more of those Whitfield cattle from Guthrie. Looks like maybe the same brand. They are a nice set of ladies. We need male, Dennis. Yep, more Aaron's guys. He raised them all. They are guaranteed open. Is that right? Yep. Yes, they are right there here. 55 and 55 and 55. 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 57, 57, 57, 57, 57, 57, 50 and 57, 57, 57, 57, 57, 50 and 57, 57, now 60 and 2 and a half. We get 2 and a half, 5 and 65, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 70. We get 3, 70. We get 2 and a half, 72, 50 and 70. We get 2 and a half. Going to be 70. We get 2 and a half, 72, 50 and 70. We get 2 and a half here. LaFleur 370 on 71. 70. Just 70. Thank you, Aaron. Luke Kasich was here, 55. 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, checked up on 57 and a half, 55, 57 and a half, 7 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 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, and 57 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, now 60, now 62 and a half, 2 and a half, 250, and 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, Jeffy out, and 2 and a half, 2 and a half, we get 2 and a half, going to be 60, we get 2 and a half, going to be 60, we get 2 and a half. Kyle, 3, you get 2 and a half, Jeff. Kyle, 360 on 1. Here's a Schmidt cattle from Texarkana. These heifers be checked open. All 2 and younger. Looks like. All 1 pluses and they're open, guys. 320. 322 and a half, and 320, 250, and 320, we get 2 and a half, going to be 22 and a half, and 2250, and now 20, going to be 20, going to be 20, going to be 20, and 20 down 2 and a half, 2250, and 320, we get 2 and a half, going to be 20, we get 2 and a half, going to be 20, we get 2 and a half, going to be 22 and a half, and 322 and a half here, Tubby, 320, 18, 28, 28. $11 more of the Schmitz guys from Texarkana coming in. These checks open as well, good. Oh, those. They must run through the chute. What's the ages here, Gary? 1 and 2 year olds are all checked open. Make a nice set of cows someday. $3. 250. 255, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 260, 570, 275, and 75, 80, 5, 85, 90, here, 290, and 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, 95, now 3, and 95, 3, and 95, 3, and 95, 3, oh, 2 and a half, and 3, 2 and a half, 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 here, 2 and a half, 5, now 5. 305 and $3.05, $5, down 5 here. Terry, 302 and a half, 12.
7 months bred.
Yeah, it's supposed to be just one.
Sell the black baldy, guys. She's 2 by 7. 250. 255. 55. 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55. They both 7 months.
They both born to Cooper Husky.
Sell the black baldy. 250. 260. 270. 280. 93. $3 a pound. Sold 290. Ricardo.
Why not? You're 65? I think, yeah. Yeah.
She's 7 months bred. $3. $3.05 and $3.05. We get 5 here. 5. We get 5. We get 5. 10. Hand 10. 3. 10. 15. 20 and 325. 25 and 25. 25. 25. You're out of line. 325 and 25 here. 5 here. 325 here. And 25 here. Ricardo. 320 on 5. She 8 months. Thank you. $3. 8 months bred. $3. 3, 5, going to be 10, 15, 20, and down 25, 25, 25, 25, 30, we get 3, 35, and 35, 35, 40, we get 3, 45, and 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, 345, 345, 50, 350, 350, 45, 50, 345, 50, and 45, we get 50 now, 45, we get 50, 50 now, 5, 355, 355, handy route, 355. 355 and 355 here, 60 and 360 LaFoe, 355 handy. $6 months, $3. $3.05 and $3.05. We get 5 here. 5 here. 5. Go to 10. We get 15 and 15 and 10 and 15. Go to 10 and 15. Go to 10. 15. 310. 315. 310. 15. 20. 320. Both out. 325. 325 and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25 here. 325 online, you're out. 325, 30, and 35, and 35, 35, 35, yet again. 335, we get 335, we get 335, 40, and 340 pound, 35, 40, and 35, 40, we get 40, 35, 40, 40, we get 40, we get 40, we get 40 here. Sold her 335. That will be Jason Richardson.
He bailed, Dennis.
Okay. Got to reboot the computer. 4 months. $3. $3.05 and $3.05. We get five, five. We get five, three. 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 5 and 305. 10 and down 10, 15, 20 and down 20 and 23, 20. We get 3, 20. We get 3, 20. We get 20, 20 and down 20. We get 3, 20. We get 3, 20. Bit of 15, 20. Jason 315. Richardson. $8 months bred, $3. 310 and 310 20 and 310 20 30 we get 30 we get 40 we get 40 35 35 35 335 and now 40 we get 3 40 we get 3 45 and 45 45 45 45 45 45 45 45 and 345 and 345 here 50 now 50 and 350 we get 50 now 50 we get 50 we get 50 now 5 and 55 and 55 now 55 55 55 55 55 50 now 5 here Ricardo 350 on 5. $7 months bred, 320. 325, 25, and 25, 25, 25, 25, 25. She's pretty good, guys. Here, 25, 30, and 25, 30, and 25, 30, 25, we get 30, 35, 35, 40, and 45, and 45, 45, 50, we get 3, 50, we get 3, 50, 3, 45, 50, 45, 55. 55, Jason, you're out, 360. 360, Andy. 360, 360, 365, Jason. 365, and has a 65. Jason, you're out. 365, and Andy. 360. These are 4 months bred. One with an R. That's Reader. Let's see what the other one says. Both of them are. Yep. Both got green tags too. They are 4 months bred. $3. $3.05 and $3.05. We get 5, 5, 5, 5. We get 5. We get 5 now 3. We get 5 now 3. 5 now 5. You get 5. 305. 10 and down 10. We get 15. Mid 15. 20 and 25. 25. 25. We get 30. We get 3. 35 and 35. 35. 35. 35. 35. We get 3. 35 and 3. 35 here. 5 here. 35 now. 35 here. Sort of at 3. 30. Jason Richardson. These two have been aborted. It's a conversation I've had with Doc a while back, and it didn't go on very good. $3. $3.05 and $3.05. We get 5, 5, 5, 5. We get 3. We get 5 now 3. We get 5 now 3. We get 5 now 3 and 305 and 305. We get 5. We get 3. 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 We get 3 here. 250, 260, 70, 80, 90, 5, 295, 3. Terry, 295, 12. 295, yep. Terry, 12. 7 months bred, $3. $3.05 and $3.05. We get 5, 5 here and 5. We get 5 5 and outside and 3.5 here. 10. Going to be 10. We get 15. Going to be 20 and 3. 25. Going to be 20 and 20. 320 and 5 and 25. 25. 25 here. 5 here. 30. We get 3. 30 and Drew. You're out 30 and now 30. We get 3. 30. We get 3. 30 now 3. 30 Andy and now 30. We get 3. 30 and now 30. We get 30 now 30. We get 3. 30. We get 3. 30. We get 3. 30 here. Jason 325 Richardson. Aborts, 250. 255 and 55, 60, 5, 70, 5, group 80, 5, group 90, 5, group 3, 5, group 310 and 310 and down 10, 10, 15 and down 20, 320 and down 25, 25 and 25, 30, 3, 30, 3, 30 and down 30, 30, 30, 30 and down 30, Varner 325, 62. These are 4 and 5 months bred. $3. 305 and 305. 5 here. 5 here. 5 here. Going to be 305 and 305. 305 and 305 here. 10 here. Going to be 10. 310. 310 and 10 here. 5 going to be 310 here. 5 going to be 10. 15. 315 internet. 315 internet's out. 315 and 10 and 15 20 and down 23 20 here Jason 315. Three years, she's 8 months bred. Who 2000, 22 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 3,000, 32 and a half, 31. 3,100, 3,100, 31, 2, 33, got online, 3,300, 33, 3, and 3,300, 32, 3, and 33, 33, 33, 33, and 3,300, 33, 33, 33, 33, Ricardo, 3,200. She has you kept next week. Bring 5,500. These should be 2 to 3 months bred, guys. 2 to 3 months bred. 250. 255, 55, 55, 60, 55, 70, 55, 80, 55, 285, 85 here, 85, 92, 92, 92, 90, 85, 90, 95, 95 95, 3, now 5, and 3 to 5 here, 5, 5, 10 here, 5, 310, and out of here, 310, and down 10, going to be 310, going to be 310, going to be 10, bit of 10, and 10, 10, 10, 10, 310, Jason, 305. 13 of these bred heifers, guys, be 6 to 8 months bred. Take them home, have them out, guys. Just watch your little kids grow up. $3. $3.05 and $3.5. 5 here. 5, 10, 15, 20, now 5 and 25. 3, 35, 3, 35, 40, 3, 45 and 45, 45, 50, 3, 50, 3, 55 and 55 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 355 and 355 and 55, 60, 360, 360 and 55, 60 there. 5, 360 and 360 there. 5, 360 here, Andy, 355. There's those Beckman heifer guys that are 6 to 8 months bred. 6 to 8 months. I'm gonna try them by the head. By the head. 6 to 8 months, 3,000, 3,100, now 2. 33, 33, 4, 34, 34, and 33, 54, and 34, 4, and 33, 4, 5, and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 3,500, 35, 600, 3,600, 3,600 you had online. 35, 36, and 35 going to be 3,600, and 35 going to be 3,600 here, going to be 35 going to be 3,600, and 35 going to be 3,600. Andy, you're at 3,600, and 35 going to be 3,600 here, going to be 35 going to be 3,600 here, going to be 35 going to be 36. Pokey 3,500 on number 120. these 7 and 8 months bred? Oh my goodness. $2 a pound. They're everywhere. 225, 250, 275, $3 a pound. Are you done? $3 a pound. Sold them 275. Ricardo. Them might be the highest cattle I've seen in 3 days. They might be dead. Five months bred. It's 8 months. $3. 310.20 and 310.20, going to be 10.20, going to be 310.20, going to be 10.20, going to be 310.20, and now 30, going to get 3, 30, 340, 350, 345, and 45, and 45, and 45, 45, 45, 45, 45, going to get 45, going to get 45, going to get 45, Jason, 340. Yeah, it ain't Jason Cooper. $8 months bred, $3. 310 and down 10, we get 310, we get 310, 310, 310, 310, 310, 310, 310, and down 10, we get 310, we get 310, we get 310, we get 10, 310, 310, 310, 310, and down 10, we get 310, we get 310, Ricardo, $3 on nothing. Was that you, Chris? Chris, that you? Not you slipping down here. Singles. Dang. She's cute. She's 8 months bred. $2 a pound. 210, 220, 230, 40, 50, 60, 70, 270. She look good in your country. 280, 290, 290, $3. $3 a pound. Jason, 290. Seven months bred, $3. 310.20 and 10.20, we get 310.20, we get 310.20, we get 310.20, bit 20, and 310.20, good bit 20, bit 20, 310.20, and 310.20, we get 310.20, we get 310.20, we get 310.20, 30, 330, 340, Jason, you're out, 340, 330, 40. 330, 40, and 330, 40, we get 40, 40, 40, we get 40, we get 40, 30, 40, we get 40 here, Ricardo, 330. She's been aborted. $2. 210.20 and 210.20, 30, we get 230, and now 30, 40, 50, 250, 250, up poke, 250, 240, 250, 240, 50, and now 40, we get 50, 40, we get 50, now 50, and now 40, we get 50, now 40, now 60, 260, 70, and now 80, we get 280, we get 270, give 80, and now 80, we get 280, we get 280, we get 280, 280 here, sold 270, Varner, 121. Get our yard outs, please. If you want to, yeah. P over.
They're gonna go ahead and peel this one.
With a if. $2. 210.20 and now 30, we get 235, we get 35, we get 40, we get 5, we get 50, we get 5, going to be 60 now 5, 270 and 275 and 280, 280 and 75, going to be 280, we get 285, going to be 85, 90, we get 290, 85, 90, 95 and 95, 3 and 95, we get 3 and 95, we get 3 and 95, we get 3. Varner 295, 72. Then it said seller. 3 months bread. 250. 255 and 55 and 55 55 55 55 55 55 55 255 and 55 60 and half 5 and 65 and 65 265 and 265 here 5 here 5 here going to be 265 and 265 here 70 and 275 and 280 there 80 we get 285 90 we get 290 85 295 and 95 and 95 here 95 we get 95 we get 90 Jason out 295 and now 3 and 95 we get 3 and 95 we get 3 and 95 we get 3 going to be 95 we get 3 Jason 295. I thought maybe it was just a run, but she kept on kind of. Yeah, I did too.
Okay.
Waiting on you, Gary. I don't know what you'd do if you did. I do. I don't feel very good today. I do. I don't feel very good today. I don't. I said I don't feel very good today. You don't either? Well, great. That's where I got it. $5. 505 and 505 we get 505 now 505 and 505 we get 5 we get 505 now 5 we get 5 we together and 505 now 505 505 and 505 here 5 here 5 here going to be 505 and 505 here 5 here Varner $5 on number 51. You need to go. You sure?
Shanklin cattle got a chick shack. Chick-shay, Oklahoma, nice little yearlings. Nice little yearlings here now, 350 and 350, enter to get 5 and 55, enter to get 55, enter to get 7 and a half, enter to get 60 and 360, enter to get 2 and a half, enter to get 2 and a 5, enter to get 5, enter to get 7 and a half, 70 and 72 and a half, enter to get 5, enter to get 7 and a half, 80, enter to get 82 and a half, 85, 87 and a half, 90, enter to get 392 and a half, 5, enter to get 97 and a half, 4 and $4 here, 4, enter to get 400 to get 397 and a half, 4, 2 and a half, 5 and 405, 7 and a half, 10, to get that 10, to get 12 and a half, and 15, to get that 17 and a half, to get that 17 and a half, to get 17 and a half, and 415, 17 and a half, to get 17 and a half here, different Hayes, 415, Hayes, 6. McKinley. Here's a McKinley's. I think we had a little in yesterday.
Yeah.
I think I drank too much coffee this morning. Yeah. Okay, the McKinleys. Pretty good Angus steers, aren't they, guys? Pretty good Angus steers here, 365 and 365. Better give us 7.5, 70 to get 2.5, 5 and 75, 7.5, 80 to get 82.5, 85 to get 7.5 and 90 and 90 to get 90 to get 90 to get 90 and 2.5, 5 to get 7.5, $4 to get 2.5 to get 5 and 405 to get 402.5, 402.5 and 402.5 to get 5 to get 5 here, 5 there, but to get 5, 5, 5. So 402.5, same way. Well, but old 7, hey 7. Aiken cattle. Davison. Davison, Oklahoma, guys. Aiken. Aiken. Davison, Oklahoma, 360 and 360 to get out and 660 to get out 360. Now 2.5, 5 to get 7.5 to get 70 and 72.5 to get 72.5, 75, 77.5 to get 7 of 80, 2.5, 82.5, 82.5 to get 380, 2.5, 5, 85 to get 382.5, 82.5, 82.5 at 382.5 to get 5 here, 5 there, to get 5 to get 5 to get 5. Hayes, 382.5, portable number 75. Looks like they're going to get them all. What's this? Weatherford, Oklahoma, guys, out of Weatherford. Lukenmeyer cattle. Good big stickers here now. They're to get a 250, a 350, a 350, they're to get 50, a 350, 2.5, they're to get 5, they're to get 7.5, 60, they're to get 2.5, they're to get 5, at 7.5, they're to get 70, they're to get 2.5, they're to get 72.5, at 7.5, they're to get 7 of 80, they're to get 380, at 77 of 80, at 380, they're to get 377.5, they're to give 80, but of 80, but to give 80, and 80, they're to give 80, sold 377.5, bottom of tubby 75. Frey Angus cattle from Kingfisher, the Freys from Kingfisher, Oklahoma. Just got a couple of cars all we got left over here. Kingfisher, the Frey cattle guys, bring them to me. Fry. I'm sorry, Mr. Fry. What do you call it? Thank you. I should know, though. I know him. I know him. He does a pretty good job, doesn't he? Fryer Fry Angus. Fancy, 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 fancy. Here we go. We're to get at 310. At 310, they're to get at 10, about to get 10. At 310, they're to get at 10, about to get 10. They're to get 10, they're to get 10, 12 and a half, they're to get 12 and a half. At 310, 12 and a half, they're to get 12 and a half, they're to get 310. Now 12 and a half. Anybody else? At 12 and a half, 15. At 15, they're to get 15, 16. They're to get 16. They're to get 16. At 17, and 17, they're to give 18. They're to give 18, 18, 18, 18, 18, 18, 18. At 317, we're to give 18. They're to give 18, 18, 18, 18, so 317, W9, 99, double nines. Thank you, Mr. Fry. Gravy. Gravely cattle, guys, are gravelies. That's little pee-wees right here now, little pee-wees. Wean back in December now. Wean way back there till December at 450. At 450, they're to get 50 and 5. They're to get 455. They're to get 5. 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 455. They're to get 5. They're to get 5. At 450, 2.5. At 450, they're to get 2.5. They're to get 7.5. They're to get 7.5. At 457 to 60, they're to get 2.5. 5. At 65, 7.5 and 70. 470. At 67.5, 70. At 470, they're to get 70. They're to get 70. They're to get 70. They're to get 70. And 70 to get 70 to get 70, sold for 67.5. Put them on Antonio O. Here's some more of the Graveleys. Weena way back there. Look at a little white face cattle right there, Billy Boy. Good condition. Right there now. They're get $4 now 10 and $4 now 10 and $4 now 10. They're get $4 now 2.5. They get 2.5. They get 5. They get 4.10 and 15. They get 20. They get a 25. They get 30. They get 5 and 4.40. They get 45. They get 45. 50 and 4.50 and 4.45. They get 50 and 4.45. They get 50. They get 4.50 and 4.45. They get 50. Robert Hayes for 45 6. Mail, sir, please. Her return was good. Oh, yeah. Little black steers. BE Cattle Company, guys. BEs. BE's here now. They're to get 375 and 375. They're to get 5. They're to get 5. They're to get 5. They're to get 375. They're to get 5. They're to get 5. 7.5. They're to get 80 and 82.5. 85. They're to get 7.5. 90. They're to get 2.5. 5 and 95. They're to get 92.5. 92.5. 97.5 and 97.5 a pie and 97.5. They're to get 4 and $4 now 2.5. They're to get 2.5 and 405. They're to get 402.5. 402.5 and now 7.5 and 407.5 and 10 and 10. They're to get 12.5 and 410, 12.5, 15. They're to get 15. They're to get 15 and 412.5, 15. They're to get 12.5, 15. They're to get 412.5. That'll be Hayes 6. It's dark out here. Here's some more of them Gravely, not Gravely, BE. BEs, BE, Be Easy. 350 and 355 and 350. They're to get 5. They're to get 55. They're to get 5. They're to get 555. They're to get 355 6 and half. They're to get 7. They're to get 58 9 60 and 2.5 5 and 67.5 70. They're to get 2.5 5 and 77.5. They're to get 377 of 80 and 80. They're to give 80. We're to give 80. We're to give 80. We're to give 82.5. 82.5. 82.5. 82.5. 82.5 and 380. We're to get 2.5. We're to get 2.5. Here's heavy 380. 75. Here's the Yost cattle, Kingfisher. Mr. Yost, how are you, buddy? Looking good, buddy. He's got a big set. Good job, Ben. Woo! Good job, Ben. There, 310 at 310 at 310. They're to get 10. They're to get $10. They're to get 12.5. They're to get 15. They're to get 7.5. They're to get 20 at 320. They're to get 2.5. They're to get 2.5. They're to get 320. 2.5. 5 at 325. They're to get 3 at 324 at 325 at 325. They're to get 5. They're to get 5 here. 5 there. They're to get 5 6 at 325. $6. They're to get 25. $26 at 325. 26. 25. 26. Here's heavy at 325. 99. Here's a red cattle off of them right here. 3 at $3 here. 2.5 at $3 bill. 2.5 at 3. They're to get 2.5 at 3. 2.5 at 2.5 at the gate. 5 at 5 at $6. 7. They're to get 8. They're to get 9. They're to get 10. 11. They're to get 11 at 12 at 13. They're to get 13, 14, 15 at 15, 16. They're to get 16. They're to get 315. 16 at 16. They're to get 16. They're to get 16. They're to get 16 to 315. Put them on 95. Thank you, Mr. Yost. Have a good week. Here's a Williams cattle from Marlin, Texas. Or Nolan, Texas. I don't know if that's Marlin or Nolan. Nolan. Won't you do it? Can you read them? Thank you, dear. I had 150 days off the grass right there. I had to get a 375 at 375. I had to get a 535. I had to get 75. I had to get 7.5, 80 at 382.5, 82.5, 82.5, 85, 85. I had to get 7.5. I had to get 87.5, 85, 600, 86, 700 to get 700 to get 87, 88 to get 89, 89, 90 to get 91, do not 92 and do to get 91 and 91, 92, 92, 92, 3, 93. 93, and 93, enter to get 92, 93, 92, 93, 94, and 94, enter to get 93, and 94, 93, and 94, 93, and 4, and 4, enter to get 4, enter to Hayes, enter to get 393, Hayes 7. Next size, same cattle. Nolan, Texas, good Angus cattle guy. You talk about Angus cattle now. They're the kind, aren't they? They're going to get 340, and 340, they're going to get 40, and 340, they're going to get 45, and they get 2.5, 5, and they get 47.5, 50, and 2.5, 5, and they get 7.5, 60, and 2.5, and they get 2.5, and they get 7.5, and they get 70, and 70, and they get 370, and 370, and they get 70, and they get 70, and they get 71, and 71, 72, 72, 72, and 71, 72. To get that $2 here, two there, two T at 371.86. He started with a good one, didn't he? What you got here? Mail time, Anton, whatever you are, whatever your name is. Who's that, Bill? You know. We got nice black steers coming to you, folks. Nice black steers. Pretty good weights of the cattle here.
Don't feel bad, Gary. He's butchered everything he said so far. That's the nicest thing he's told me.
SGR.
And he's got that deal on his head, so
SGR, yeah. SGR here, enter to get 350, at 350, enter to get 2.5, at 350, enter to get 2.5, enter to get 2.5, enter to get 5, enter to get 7.5, enter to get 57.5, at 55, enter to get 7.5, enter to get 55, enter to get $6, at 55, 56, 55, 56, at 55, $6 here, enter to get 6 here, type deal, 355, 85, just 8, 85, 85. SGR, SGR, SGR. Drive on, boys, here. Good crossbred steers off of them. 335, at 335, at 35, again at 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, again 335, at 335, again 5, again 5, 5, 5. Wonder what to weigh. 335 at 335. Better get at 5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5 at 337.5. You get 7.5. Better get 7.5, 7.5 at 40 at 341. Better get 41.2. Better get 42. Better get 42 at 42 here at 3 at 43. Better get 44. Better get 44 at 43 and 44. Better get 44. Better get put up a 9. Just 1 9 there. Here's 9 more of them. They getting bigger? Nope, they're getting redder. They're getting redder right there now. They're to get 335, 40 at 335. They're to get 5.5. They're to get 7.5 at 335. They're to get 7.5, 7.5, 7.5 out the gate. 7.5. Would you at 337.5, 40? They're to get 2.5. They're to get 42.5 at 342.5. They're to get 2.5 at 345 at 45. $6. They're to get 7. They're to get 48. They're to get 9. They're to get 50 at 51. They're to get 52. They're to get 53. They're to get 54 at 5. They're to get 55. $6. They're to get 7. They're to get 57. They're to get 9 at 960. They're to get 1 at $1. They're to get 2. They're to get 1, 2, 3. They're to get 3. They're to get 3, 4 and 4. They're to get 4. They're to get 3, 4, 63, 64 and 3, 4. They're to get 4 tub 363, 81. Like the SGRs. What's his name, Billy? Yes, 90 plus 2 rounds. 90 plus in 2 rounds. 90 plus in 2 rounds. Here we good set of handy weight steers. Good weights. Good weights right here now. They're to get 375. At 375, they're to get 7.5, 80. They're to get 2.5, 82.5. They're to get 7.5. They're to get 90. At 390, they're to get 90. They're to get 92.5. At 5, they're to get 95, 97.5. They're to get 7.5, 397.5. At 395, they're to get 7.5, 95, 7.5. At 7.5 here, sold 395, sold 395. At put on Hayes 7. Here's Mr. Lamb. I think Mr. Lamb had some really nice cattle the last 2 days, John. Mr. Lamb was he from Davidson, wasn't it? Davidson, Oklahoma. Davidson, Oklahoma. Look at here, folks. Here he's had cattle for the last 2 days, and I believe they're absolute Angus. I entered to get a 385.90 at 385 at 90, 85 at 90, entered to get 85, 87 90, entered to get 2.5, 92.5, 595, 7.5 at 7.5, at get 397.5, 4 at 2.5, at get 2.5, at get 7.5, 10 at 12.5, at get 15, at get 70.5, at get 20 at 20, at get 420 at 417.5. What do you get 20, but 20, what do you get 20 here, 20, and 20, to get 20, 20, 20, to get at 20, so 417 half, but I'm on 7 on Hayes, 7 on Hayes. Be 2 drafts, these cattle right here. The Jones cattle, Jacobs cattle, Boswell, Oklahoma. Here's Jacobs cattle, Boswell, Oklahoma. Under to get 340 at 340, to get at 40, to get 40 at 340, to get at 45, to get 40, to get 40, to get 40, to get 40, to get 40 at 340, to get at 45, to get 40, to get 40, to get 40, to get 40, to get 30 at 30, to get 30, to get 1, to get 331 at 31, to get 331, to get 331. Anybody else here? 1 at 331, to get 1, to get at 1, to get 1, to get 1. To get that 1 and 1 to 330. Put them on number 9, number 895, number 95. Same cattle right here in Boswell, Oklahoma. What do you got, Anton? Sure do. Good old Biggins, good old Biggins, good old Biggins right here now. They're to get at 310, at 310, at 310. They're to get at 10, but to get 10, at 310. They're to get at 10, but to get 10, but to get 10, but to get 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. 310 and 310. They're to get at 10, but to get 10, they're 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 to get 10 at 310. They're to get at 10, 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 they're to get $3. Now 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 5, 6. 7, 3, 7, 3, 6, 7. Tub 306.99. Thank you, Jacob. GTE cattle, OKC, Oklahoma. And a shot. Woo! And a shot time already, folks. There's a good set of black steers now. And green, there's a good set of green steers from up there at Okarchi now, folks. I entered to get 340, and 340, entered to get at 2.5, at 340, entered to get 2.5, 42.5, 42.5, entered to get 2.5, at 42.5. They're green now, 42.5, at 41, and 342, entered to get 2, entered to get 41, 42 down here, 41, 2, at 41, 42, 41, 42, 3, at 43, entered to get 44, entered to get 43 and 4. Who? No, he's out 44 and 45 and 45. And to get 45, 600 to get that 45, 600 and 46 here. Did you? At 45, 4600 to get that 45 and to get 6 and 4600 here. So to get 345, put on 85. I put on tub number 85. The Griffin cattle, Warwica. Now we sold them, sold the Latian yesterday, sold the Heifers earlier. Look at the condition on them little cattle. Not much grease there, is there? Okay, you're going to get 385. At 385, they're going to get 5, they're going to get 5, they're going to get 5, they're going to get 5. Last cattle on 9. Last cattle on 9. 385.90 at 385 at a 90, at a 95, at a 95, at a 95, at 395 4, at a 405, at a 405 10, and 10, at a 10 12 and a half, at 410, at a 407 and a half, 7 and a half, 405 7 and a half, at 405 407 and a half, at 7 and a half, at a 7 and a half, Hayes 405, put up on 7. Okay, Will. Terry Bray, you know Terry? Terry Bray, nice steers right here. Long wean, long lean, long wean right here. Now $4, 2.5. At $4 now, 2.5. At $4 here to get 2.5. To get 2.5. To get $4 bill, 2.5. To get 2.5. At $4 here, 2. To get 2. To get 2. To get 2. To get 2. And $4 here to get 4. Now 4. Who get 4? And 4 to get 4. Nanny call Oklahoma 4. And 4 to get 4. To get 4. Somebody else do that. 385.90. At 385.90. 385.90. 385.90. At 385. To get 5. To get 5. To get 5. To get 5. 50. 350, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 60, 2.5, at 360, 2.5, and to get 2.5, and 2.5, and to get 2.5, and to get 2.5, at 360, 2.5, so 360, Varner, put him on number 60, 601, 601, to get better as you get bigger, don't they? Get better as it get bigger. 32 more here. Here's a nice set of steers here, folks. Right here now. Better deal. Way better deal right here. 2 to get at 325, 30. At 325, 30. At 32.5. To get 332.5. To get 2.5. To get 32.5. At 7.5, 40. To get 2.5, 5. At 47.5, 50. To get 2.5. To get 5. At 57.5, 60. To get 62.5. And 5. To get 65. To get 67.5. At 67.5, 70. At 370. To get 70. To get 70 at 372.5 at 71. How about that? 272, 73 at 73. To get 74. To get 74, 74 at 73. Now 45 at 75. To get 75 at 74. To get 5. To get 5. To get 5. To get 5. To get 5 and 5 to be 374. Number 85. To get 75. Number 75. Lancaster cattle right there in front of you off the wheat fields, and you raised them all. Now raised them all. To get right out there to get 335, 40 at 335, to get 5, to get 35, to get 35 at 335, to get at 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35 at 335, to get at 35, 35, 25 at 325, to get at 25, 25, 25, 25, 25 at 325. Good big black steers guy. 310 at 310, 12 at 14, to get a 16, 18, to get 20, to get 22 at 24, to get 324, to get 324 at 322, to get 4, to get 4, to get 4, and 4, to get 4, to get sold 322 to 95 at Tubby. Put him on number 95, please. What do you got here? Thank the Lancasters. Andrew LaFoe, Andrew LaFoe, and a little bit of red hair, that's what they look like later. Nice steers right here, 375 at 375 at 375 at 5, at 5, at 5, at 375 and 375 at 5, at 5, at 5, at 5, 5, 5, 5, at 5, at 5, 7.5 at 75, 7.5, 75, 7.5 at 7.5 at 375, 7.5. Anybody else here at 7.5 at 75, 77.5 at 7.5 here, Tub 375, 7. Here's some more Andrews. Andrews, big steers here now to get 3 1/4 at 325 and 25 to get at 25, 25, 25 to get at 325 and 25 to get at 25, 25, 25, 25, 25 to get at 325 and 25 to get at 25, 25, 25, 30 and 25, 30 to get 25, 7.5 and 325 to get at 7.5 to get 7.5 Tub 325, 81. Thank you, Andy. Texas, Oklahoma, Henrietta, Oklahoma. Here's Rogers. Mr. Smith over at Henrietta now, guys, but they're not too fleshy, are they? The steer cattle right here now, to get at 385, 90, at 385, to get 90, 85, to get 90, to get 385, 95, to get 95, 4, at 405, to get 405, 10, to get 15, to get 15, at 415, 20, to get 20, 22 and a half, at 422 and a half, at 422 and a half, jobbing 2 and a 5, 427 and a half, at 7 and a half, to get 47 and a half, at 430, and 32 and a half, to get 435, to get 435, 7.5 at 70. Yep, not now. 378 to get 47 and a half at 45, 7.5 at 45, 7.5 to get 78 to get 35, 7.5, 335, 7.5 at 35, 7.5 to get 7.5 to get sold 335. I put them on number 63, 63, 430. 435, 435. I'll try right here, same cattle. Here we go. Here now, 350 and 52 and 350. There to get 2 and 52. There to get 2. There to get 2. There to get 2. Out to gate 2. There to get 352 and 352. 4. There to get 6. Here to get 8. There to get 60 and 62. There to get 2. 4. There to get 4. 6. 66 and 366. 64. 66 and 4 now 6. 364 and 366. Here to get 6. Here's 364, number 8. Thank you, guys. TNN, we had some of them yesterday. Had some heifers also, TNNs. These will be open, he said. And they're nice and they're thin and they're lightweights right there, boys. Here, they're going to $4, 2.5, and $4 bill, 2.5, and 2.5, and they get 2.5, and 405, 7.5, and 10, they're to get 10, 12.5, and they get 4, 15, and 15, 17.5, 20, and 20, they're to get 22.5, and they get 422.5, and 420, over to get 2.5, 422.5, and 420, they're to get 2.5, and they get 2.5, 2.5. He's got him at 420, number 7. 24 more of them 10 M's. 24 more of the 10 M's. Nice steers with a world of condition with them. World of condition going. 350 and 350 to get 2.5 and 350 to get 2.5 to get 5 and 55 to get 5 to get 5 to get 5 to get 5 55 7.5 60 and 62.5 to get 5 and 5 to get 7.5 70 to get 70 to get 72 74 and 74 to get 74 6 76 and 74 76 74 5 6 and 75 600 and 75 you boys route 75 76 and 7 and 77 78 99 to get 80 to get 80 to get 80, to give 80, to get 380, to give 80, to give 80, to give 80 here, to get T at 379, 81. Thank you, 10 M's. The Pope? Post. Sold the heifers earlier, red Angus and the red black Angus. There's some big old steers. Boy, look at the body on them steers. Look at the body on them red Angus steers, Tom Fagan. Mr. Pope, post cattle right there. $3, 2.5, at $3 bill, 2.5, at $3 now, 2.5, to get 2.5, to get 2.5, to get $3 now, 2.5, at $3 now, 2.5, to get 3, to get 3, to get 3 now, 2.5, 3, at 303, 4, to get 5, to get 5, to get $6, at 7, to get 7, to get 7, 8, to get 8 here, 8 there, to get 8, 308, 308, at 307, 8, to get 8, to get 8, to get 307, 308, at $8, to get 8, 307, 308, 307, 308, at 8, to get 8, to get 8 here, to 307. Put them on 99. Victory cattle goal. Let's go to Mako. Jimmy. The Victory is right down there in Mako, Oklahoma. Good little set of 3-colored cattle right there, folks. Off the wheat at Mako, 34 head of them. Off the wheat field down in Mako, right here down to get 3.25 at 325 at 325. To get 25, 25, 25, 25. To get 25, 25, 7.5. To get 30 at 30. To get 1. To get 31, 31, 3, 31, 3, 31 at 331, 2. To get 2. To get 2, 3 at 33, 34. To get 4, 5 at 35, 600. To get 36, 35, 6, 7 at 37. To get 36, 7 at 336, 7 at 36, 7. To get 700. To get 7. To get 7 at 700 to get 7 sub deal 336 number 85 95 95 the Busher Dennis Winters Texas flyweights Yeah, pull them real green, real green, real green. I enter to get 365 at 365 and 5 and to get a 5 7 and a half and to get 5 7 and a half. I get 5 7 and a half at 365 and to get 7 to 70 at 370 and to get 2 and to get 73 at 73 and to get 73 4 and to get 74 at 73 and 74 73 and 4 at 74 at 73 and 74 and to get that 4 and to get that 4 at 73 4 here and to get sold 373 to be put on 75. Take it away from him. Take it away from him. 25 more of them, folks, right there now. Winters, Texas, good black steers here now. 335 at 335. And at 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 600 at 37. And 8, and 38, 9, and at 40, and 41 and 41. And 340, and 1, and 41, and 2 and 42, and 43, and 44 and 44, 5, 345 and 45, and 44, 5, 344, 5 and 344, 45 and 44, 45. And to get 5, and to get that tub at 344, number 9. Be the Burns cattle. Who's carrying? A 4-cob Burns?
Yeah, there's 3 different barns.
Okay. Okay, pork cob, I ain't enough. Okay. Burns, and I steers. I to get 375 at 375 at 75 and to get 75, 75, 375, 80 to get 5, 85 and to get 82 and a half, 82 and a half, 82 and a 5, 85 and to get 385, 82 and a 5 and to get 85 and to get 85, 7 and a half at 7 and a half and 90 at 390 to get 90, 87, 8, 88, 88, 88, 88, 88, 87 and a half, 8 to give 800 to give 8 to give 88 here to give 8 to give 8 here. Hayes at 387 and a half, 75. Wide-bodied old cattle got some body to them now there, Billy Boy. They got body. They get body. They're to get at 330. At 330. At 330. They're to get at 30. They're to get 30. They're to get at 30. They're to get 30. They're to get 30. They're to get 30. They're to get 30. At 330. They're to get 2.5. They're to get 2.5. 32.5. At 330. 2.5. At 2.5. 5. At 35. 600. They're to get 7. They're to get 7. 8. They're to get 39. At 940. They're to get 41. They're to get 41. They're to get 2. At 43. They're to get 43. They're to get 44. 5. At 45. They're to get 46. They're to get 45, 6 at 7 and 47, or to get 7, or to get 7, or to get 7 dot 346 dot 346 dot 9. Circle K, here's a good electrician right here from El Reno, Oklahoma, the Circle K's. KK and K, they're to Paul, they're to raise them all, they're to raise them all, Billy. I don't know where you got that white one. Circle K is right here now. Circle K is here at 360, at 350, at 350, to get 50, to get 50, and 2.5, to get 52.5, to get 52.5, and 352.5, and a 1, and 51, to get a 1, to get a 51, you'll get 1, and 351, to get 1, to get a 1, to get a 1, to get 1, and 51, to get 50, to get 1, to get a 1, to get 1 T, at 350, number 86. Fancy, fancy, fancy. Thank you, Paul. Burns Ranch is right here now. Henrietta, Texas. Henrietta, Texas. Not much flesh is there, guys, right here. Sold the Herbers earlier right here, 385.90 at 385 at a 90, 85 at a 90, at a 385 at a 90, 85 at a 90, 385, 7.5 at a 85, 87.5 at 385 at a 7.5. Who bid now? 85 at a 5 at a 85, 85, 85, 85 at a 385 at a 85, 75 at 375, 7.5 at 377.5 at 77.5 at a 7.5 at a 7.5, 7.5, 7.5. half, and 7.5. Tubby 375, 7. Thank the Burns family. Male on the little old thin flesh cattle, guys. Good weight. Who? Rockin' R, Boswell. Boswell right here, long time weaned, long time weaned. I had her to get 350 and 350, had her to get 2.5, had her to get 350, 2.5, and 350, had her to get 2.5, 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 and 2.5, 350, 2.5, behind Bowes 2.5, you're to get 2.5, and 5, and 55, 600, had to get 7, had to get 57, 8, had to get 809, and now 60, had to get 1, had to get 102, had to get 2, 3, and 3, 4, had to get 4, 5, had to get 5, 600, had to get 7, and 7, 8, had to get 800, had to get 68, had to give 800, to get 7, 8, at 367, you're to give 8, 800, to give 8, tub 367, number 7. More mail, Antone. Back on the deck. Be a load of them, folks. Stratford, Oklahoma. Looky here. Did you raise them? Raised them all. Dry wintered, a little bit of cake, and mostly grass.
They will explode.
Scott, you here?
Super nice.
Is that you guys? Woo, you did good work. Wow, you did good work.
Head count.
Do they have more?
Holy Gate.
This isn't right. I think got a head count.
It's more than 30.
Yeah. What's the next track?
34.
It's blessed, but nobody knows. Maybe we gotta get it. Seems like it's 35 out here.
Our next mail does call for 34, so unless they got it backwards.
Cody, what do you got in here? Yeah. No, it's not right. Okay. Got it. All right. Okay.
It's like 40.
We gotta count them. Let them out. Let's
Hey,
fucking
can we
get
have
this straight.
count these off for me?
Bring it right back.
Okay, yeah, you'll just bring them right back.
That looks more like it. You like these cattle, Antonio? I do too. Scott did good work.
I just don't have enough money to buy those.
You ain't got enough money?
You got on the next track. Is that right?
It's probably another 35 or so.
Okay.
I think.
All right. That's what it needs. All right, buddy.
This is kind of cattle you like to look at for a while, old boys.
Keep them in there all day.
Yeah, all day long you like to look at them.
I don't know what more you want.
I don't either. Market getting higher every day. The grass getting greener every day. $4 a pound. $4 a pound, 2.5, and 2.5, and again 4.05, 7.5, 10, and again 12.5, 15, and again 15, 7.5, and 20, and again 22.5, and again 2.5, 5, and 27.5, and again 7.5, 30, and 32.5, and again 32.5, 5, and 37.5, and again 7 and 40, and 40, and again 440, and 440, and again 437.5, you again 40, and 40, and again 2.5, and again 42.5, and 42.5, and 440, and again 2.5, 442.5. And 2.5, and I get 2.5, and I get 2.5. David Dodd, 440, number one. He's got brown eyes. You don't like brown-eyed cattle? Okay. At 440, I don't blame you if you don't take anything off her. Here's the next end to them, folks. That's what they look like. You guys are doing an excellent job. I know that. Perfect. You guys been here before? You have? Woo. These are the best. There's a cattle of the week, cattle of the month, cattle of the spring right there, people. I entered to at 375.80, at 375, and I give 80, entered to get 75, and I give 80, and 85, and I give 90, entered to get 390, entered to give 87 and a half, and 92 and a half, 595, 7 and a half, $4, 2 and a half, 5, and 7 and a half, 10, entered to get 410, entered to get 10, and 4 7 and a half, 10, and 4 7 and a half, entered to get 10, anybody get 10, 10, 10, and 10. You boys are all out here, 410, and 4 7 and a half, 10, to get that 10, to get 10. So 4 7 and a half. Put on a number 77. Thanks, guys. Appreciate y'all very much. Colt, you get that? Wheaties, 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 guys. Wheaties right here. Here's Mark's. Who bought them for him? How'd you get them up here? Who hauled them? Okay. He's had them out on wheat all winter, guys, right here. At $4, 2 and a half, at $4 bill, 2 and a half, at $4 now, 2 and a half, and I get that 2 and a half, and I get $4 bill, 4, and I get 4, and I get 4, and 2 and a half, 5, at 405, and I get 402 and a 5, 402 and a 5, at 405, and I get room boys, and I get 5, and 5 7 and a half, and I get 10, and 12, and I get 12, and I get 14, and I get 16, and 16, and I get 18, and I get 18, 20, and 22 and a half, and I get 5, and 25, 7 and a half, and I get 30, and 432 and a half, and I get 32 and a half, at 430, and I get 2 and a half, and I get 2 and a half, 5, at 435, now 7 and a half, at 7 and a half, 37 and a half, 6, and 7, and I get 437, and I get 8, at 438, and I get 800, and I get 8, and I get 800, and I get 8, and I get 8, and I get 8, and I get 8, at 437, 438, and I get 800, and I get 8, and I get 8, bar 340, 337, put them on number 437, 64, 69. Take a Hereford off. Take a Hereford off. Here's 49 more of them. I think, Drew, did you buy these for him, Drew? One at a time. At Hollis? Oh, you did it here. All right. Good job now. Thanks for supporting your local livestock auction. Here we go. We're at 375.80 at 375. At 80. At 75. At 80. At 80 here. 80 and 80. At 75. At 80. At 375. 7.5. 80 and 80. At 80. At 80. At 377 of 80 and 80 bulls right here. 80 here. 80 there. 377. 78. 9 and 9. 78. 9. 378. 9 and 9. At 378. 9. At 9. 9. At 9. At 378. At 9 here, now there, but I got to be at 378. Put them on number 75. Thank you, Marcus. Thank everybody. You been here before? Dover, Oklahoma. Hey, look here. Ms. Barr's cattle. 110 days weaned. They've been on the wheat all winter long up there, Dover, Oklahoma. Ms. Barr, she here? Doggone, she got good cattle. Express sired. Express sired, good cattle, good bred, good cat right here now, 385.90 at 385, 5 at 385, 385 at 85, 7 and a half, 90, 390, now 1 at 91, 92, 92, 91, 92, 91, 2, 3 at 93, 4, 95, 95, 600 at 600, 700, 97, 8, 99 and 99 down here, 99, 399, 99 the floor route, 99 and 398, 90 out over here too, 399 and 398, 399, 398, 399 and 9 here to Guevara, 398, put on number 75. Here's 59 more of them. Antonio, is that your neighbor? Beside the road. Okay. Express Ranch bred, guys. Express Ranch raised, sired. She's been doing it a while. She knows what she's doing. Look at the quality right here, guys. Be a blue eye on him. He'll be there when y'all load him. Look at the body on that booger, would you? Seen one, you seen them all. You're right, Billy. Be a blue eye on him. He will be there to wink at the rest of them. 350, not 2.5, at 350, you're going to get 2.5, you're get 2.5. 350, 2.5, 5, and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, and 52, and 5, 55, 55, 55, 600, and 55, 600, you're get 57, you're get 58, you're get 9, and 60, you're get 1, you're get 2, you're get 2, 3, you're get 4, and 4, 5, you're get 600, you're get 7, you're get 8, you're get 9, you're get 9, 9, 9, and 68, 9, and 68, 9, you're get 9, you get down here 70, and 70, half 70, 70, and a half 70, you're get 16, 9 and a half 70, and 70 and 69 and a half 70 at 369 and a half 70 at 70 T got him at 369.50 number 86. He got him. He knows Beatrice Bar. Calumet. Mark's cattle, Marquis. Angus cattle right here from Calumet, Oklahoma. Yep, more of them good genetics up there north of town. 350 and 350, they're taking at 50 and 350, they're taking at 2.5, they're taking 2.5, they're taking 350, 2.5, they're taking 5 and 55, they're taking 7.5, 60 and 62, they're taking at 2, 4, they're taking at 4, 6 and 66, here they're taking 360, 4, 5, now 6 and 7 and 360, 7, 8, they're taking 809, they're taking out here 9 there, we're taking at 70 and 370 and 369, 70 and 369, you're taking 70, they're taking 370 and 70, there's you'll get 70 and 371. And 71, 71, half 1, 71 and a half, and 1.5, they're taking 1.5, 1.5, 1, 2, and 72, they're taking 371 and a half, 2, here Hayes, 371 and a half, put them on number 8 on them, here's some more marks, 55 more of them, good black boys. I promise you. Yeah. Used to, you had to have Mike Fisher in if you're going to sell this many blacks. Remember them days? Nobody out here does. Al might. There are pretty set of steers, folks. one good pot load of black steers, born and raised together. Calumet, Oklahoma, right here close to the stockyards. Yeah, I mean gritters. Come on, Antonio, don't let her back. Get back on the other side, you good black boys. John, would TJ like to join us? Huh? I've been fired before too. There he is. He said, I want to go to. He said, I want to go to. They're real shiny right here now. Here we go. We're looking at 3 1/4, at 325, at 325. We're looking at 25, 25, 25, 25, 25. We're looking at 25, 7 1/2. We're looking at 7 to 30, at 31. We're looking at 32. We're looking at 33. We're looking at 4, at 35. We're looking at 6. We're looking at 7. We're looking at 8. We're looking at 39. We're looking at here 9, at 38, 9. We're looking at 40, and 41. We're looking at 41 to half 1, and 41 to half, or 1 to half 2. We're looking at 2. We're looking at 2 and a half. We're looking at 2 and a 3, at 43 and a half. We're looking at 3 and a 4. We're looking at a half. We're looking at 5 at 45 and a half. 6 and a half. We're looking at 7 at 7 and a half. We're looking at 8. We're looking at 48. We're looking at 8. We're looking at 7 of 8 at 47 and a half. 48 and 47 and a half. 48. We're looking at 7 of 8. 8 dollars. We're looking at 8. We're looking at 8. We're looking at 8. We're looking at 47 and a half to 9. 347 and a half. Thank you, Marcus.
There's another super set of cattle, the Nunleys.
The Nunleys, yeah, there they are over here. How are you? They're the ones that raise the best cattle in the world right there. Nunley's down Sterling, isn't it?
They are super nice.
Super duper right here. Look at the bodies on them cattle here now. They're looking at 375. At 375, they're looking at 7 and a half, 80. They're looking at 2 and a half, 5. They're looking at 7 and a half, and 90. And 2 and a half, 5. They're looking at 7 and a half, 4. They're looking at 2 and a half, 5. And 407 and a half, 10. And 10. They're looking at 10. They're looking at 10. 4010. 407 and a half, 10. And 10. They're looking at 7 and a half, and 10. They're looking at 10. They're looking at 10. So 407 and a half. Put them on number 1 on Dodd. Dodd 1. Here's 59 more of them. You guys going to learn how to do this for long, aren't you? I think they're about to learn it. Leonard, tell them people I hope they get some better cattle next time. He does the best he can. He does the best he can. I believe it. I believe it. But there won't be any heifers off of them. Yeah, T, please. Look at the bodies on them, folks. You like him, Leonard? I thought you would. I thought you would. 325 and 325 and 25. I taking that 25, 25, 25, 25, 7.5. I taking that 7.5, 30 and 30. I taking 2.5, 5. I taking 35, 7.5. I taking 7.5 and 35. I taking 6. I taking 7. I taking 8 and 9, 40, 41. I taking 42, 3, 4 and 44, 43, 44 and 43, 44 and 44. I taking that 4. I taking 4. I taking 4. So 343.9. Got the big raise on that. Thank you, guys.
Nice.
The Wigingtons. OU. Watonga, Oklahoma guys, another set of really nice black cattle. They do a nice job also, have for a long time. 30 head of them right there in front of you guys. They're Wheaties right there from Watonga, Oklahoma. Here we go. We're looking at 325, at 325, at 325, 7.5, at 7.5, at 7.5, at 7 30, at 32.5, at 5, at 37.5, at 35, 7.5, at 35, 600, at 336, 7, at 7, at 37, 8, at 38, 9, 39, 40, at 40, at move them, and 40, move them, guys, 40, and 40, at 41, at 41, 42, at 42, 3, at 43, at 42, 43, at 3, to get half 4, at 44, 45, at 4600, to get half 45, 6, 7, at 47, to get 46, 7, at 7, to get a 7, to get 7, at a Dodd, at 346, 9.
I guess.
Beckman's, we like them cattle all day long. They've been out wheat all winter long, and the Beckmans up at O'Keene. You guys hear Beckmans? Doggone, they got good cattle. Here we go right here now, 375, 80, at 375, to give 80, to give 85, to give 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, at 382 and a half, 5, to give 5, 7 and a half, to give now 7 and a half, 87 and a half, 90, to give 92 and a half, 92 and a half, 95, 7 and a half, to give 7 and a half, 97 and a half, at 395, 97 and a half, 95, 7 and a half, at 395, to give 7 and a half, to give 7 and a half, sold 395, that'd be barter number 75. Here's some more of them. 47 more of them. These people know what they're doing here when you talk about hybrid vigor. Same way them heifers we sold earlier, folks. The hybrid vigor will kick in. They will respond for you, people. They'll respond here to get that 340 and 340 and 40 to get that 2.5 to get 40 to get 2.5 to get 340, 2.5, 5 and 45 to get 45 to get 45 and 45, 600 to get that 6 here, 7 and 7, 8 to get 8 here, 9 to get that here, 50 and 51 to get 51, 52 to get 2, 3 and 3 to get 4 to get 4 to get 5 to get 55 to get 600 and 56, 7 to get 7 to get 8 to get 58 under 9 and 9 to get 60 and 60 to get 81 and 61 to get 100 to get 360 1 2 and 2 to get 3 to get 3 4 to get 4 to get 4 5 and 5 6 66 67 to get 7 8 and 8 to get 800 to get 8 to get 7 8 to get 8 to get 8 to get 368 800 to get 8 to get 8 here T 367 T 81 86. There's what they look like tomorrow, guys. There'll be 69 more of them. The Beckmans. Folks, this will be a hybrid vigor show right here. They'll do their part. They've already done quite a bit of it. They've already done quite a bit of it here. $3. Let you be at 2.5. At $3 bill, 2.5. At $3 now, 2.5. To get 3, to get 3, to get 3, to get 2.5. At 3.0, 2.5. To get 2.5. To get 5. At 3.05, 7.5, 10. To get 10, 11. To get 11, 11, 11. At 3.10, 11. To get 11, 11, and 12. At 3.12. At 13. And 13. To get 13. To get 13. To get 13. And 3.12. To get 13. To get 13. To get 13. To get 13. And 14. And 14 to 15 and 15 to get 14, 15 to get 3, 14, 15 and 14, 15 to get 15 to get 15 to get 50 tub at 3, 14.99. Thank the Beckmans. Appreciate you guys. Harvey told me this might be the best set of cattle he's shipped. He said this might be the best set of cattle he's shipped, Jace. He said, I hope. Goodness sakes alive. Look at here, folks. Look at here, folks. At Harvey. Harvey. Enter to get Harvey. Enter to get at 3.25. At 3.25. At 3.25. Enter to get at 25. Enter to get at 3.25. At 3.25. Enter to get at 25. Enter to get at 25. At 3.25. Enter to get at 25. At 3.25. Get room bows. Enter to get 25,000. At 7.5. At 26.7. 3.27.8. 3.28.9. At 3.29. Enter to get 8.9. 8.5. 9. Enter to get 8.5. 9. Enter to get 29. 9.5, 9.5, 9.5, 9.5, 9.5, 9.5, 9.5, at 329.5, 30, and 30.5, at 330.5, to 1, to get 31, 31.5, 31.5, 32, at 32, to get 2, to get 2, to get 31.5, at 32, at 31.5, 32, to get 31.5, at 32, to get 2, to get 2, at 2, to get sub deal, at 331.5, 95, put X on if you would please. Thank you, Harvey. They just keep coming. They just keep coming. 2 loads of these Bowie, Texas cattle.
Okay, split draft of 57. I have 28.
You guys have a safe trip. We'll see you next time, guys. Thanks. How many of them? 69. Angus Cross.
So I think we got Miss Barr taken care of.
All right, 57 head up, guys. 57 pieces of them right there in the arena. Enter to get 320. At 320, enter to get 20. Enter to get 20. At 320, enter to get 25. Enter to get 20. Enter to get 2.5. Enter to get 320, 2.5. At 320, enter to get 2.5. Enter to get 320, 2.5. At 25, 607. Enter to get 27, 8. At 28, enter to get 328. Enter to get 8. Enter to get 8. Enter to get 328. Now 9. At 9, enter to get 30. Enter to get 31. Enter to get 31. Enter to get 31, 2. At 32, 3. Enter to get 33. Enter to get 32, 33. At a half, 3, 33 and a half, 3 and a half, 3 and a half, 3 and a half, at 33 and a half, and under to get half 4, at 34 and a half, to get 4 and a half, 4 and a half, 34 and a half, at 34 and a half, to get 4 and a half, to get 4 and a half, 34 and a half. I sold them at 334, put them on a Dodd number 9. A feather neck steer. This right over. He's in the first draft. One feather neck. Here is 64 more of them. Hey, look here, folks. They don't all have to be black, John said. Here's a ripping good set of little old lightweight cattle here, folks. Black nose shars, Bowie, Texas. Bowie, Texas. 3 1/4, 325, again at 25, again at 7.5, again at 7.5, 30, again 32.5, 32.5, at 330, again 2.5, again 2.5, 31, 2, again 3, at 34, 5, at 36, 7, again 38, again 8, 9, again 5, 9, 40, at 41, again 41, 2, again 2, 3, again 43, 4, at 44, 5, again 5, again 45, 6, at 47, again 47, 8, at 48, again 9, again 9 here, 9 there, but again 9, at 349 and 348, 9 now 50 at 350, half 50, and get 50 at a half 50, and get 50 at half at a half, and get half 50 and a half at a half 1 at 351, and get 1 and get 1 a little quicker 1.5, 2 and 2, and get 2, but get 2 52, and get 2 and a half, and get 2 and a half at 3 at 53, and get 2 and a 3, and get 3 and a half, and get 3 and a half, and get 3 and a half 4 at 54, and get 4 and 4 and a half, and 4 and a half, and get 54 and 5 at 55, and again 55, and again 5, and again 5 and a half, and 5 and a half, and again 600, 55 and a half, 600, and again 600, and again a half, and a half, and again 6 and a half, again a 7, 57, and again 7 Dodd at 356 and a half. Put him on 9. Put him on number 9 on Mr. Dodd. Thank you, Larry. Thank you, Mark. Sam and Will right down there on the Big Red River. Sam and Will down on the red. Okie dokie. Choice 3 color steers again, guys. 2 color steers, shars and blacks. That's a money deal. Okay, nine-way steers right there. Here we go. They're going to 325 and 325. They're going to 25, 25, 25, 25. They're going to 325 and 325. They're going to 5. They're going to 7.5 and 325, 7.5, 30 and 31. They're going to 31, 31, 31, half, 1.5, 1.5, 1.5, and 31.5 and 31 and 2 and 32. They're going to get 2. They're going to get 2.5. They're going to get 2.5. They're going to get 2.5. They're going to get 32.5 and 2.5, 3 and 33. They're going to get 33.5, 4 and 34. They're going to get 4. They're going to 4.5, and 45, and 35, and 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, and 35 and a half, and 35 and a half, 35 and a half, 35 and a half, 35 and a half, and 35, 5, 50, and 50, and get that deal at 335, number 95. Where we going, Bill? Hobart, Oklahoma. Darrell Hoover. That's Mark. That's Mark. No, Mark don't have anybody in Kiowa County. Darrell, is that you? Hey, another Kiowa County man. Good to see you. Here's Mr. Hoover from Hobart. 62 here. I'd say you're doing a pretty good job. Wow. What's our breeding program? Duff? Duff bulls, yep.
Look like it.
They do look like it. Kiowa County boys, bred and raised. 800-pound steers you could buy today right here, guys. Good boogers right here now. Good boogers right here now. They're to get 350 and 350 and 350. They're to get 50. They're to get 50. They're to get 50. They're to get 2.5 and 2.5. They're to get 5. They're to get 5. They're to get 7.5. They're to get 60 and 360. 2.5. They're to get 2.5 and 5. 7.5. They're to get 70. They're to get 372 and 72 4. 74 6. 76. 74 5 and 375 and 374 5. They're to get 374 5 and 374 now 5 and 374. You're to get 5, 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 and 5, to get 5, to get 5. So 374. Put them on VAR number 79. Guys, thanks a million. Tell everybody at Kiowa County hello. Won't take long anymore. Gatesville, there we go, there we go. Three loads of Charlies. Here's ones I'll look forward to selling every week, folks.
They'll feed, I can tell you that.
They will feed, everybody knows it. Or if you don't know it, you need to get them. Get you some of them. Wow, wow, wow. Nice stock. As usual, the Grahams. Did you count them, Dennis? You didn't. You're right, Dennis. Good job, buddy. Here we go, Charlie Graham. You like these cattle, Dennis? You know, too. They'll respond, guys. They'll respond. Give them a chance. They'll do their part of it. All right. In here. Every week. All right. Going ready to get hold that broken legged right here now. So the rest of them right there, folks. Oh, we got more to go? Okay. I'm sorry. Thought maybe y'all saw it happen. I thought maybe you saw it happen.
Nobody ever seen it.
Mr. Graham. 3 loads of them there. 3 good loads of clears. 3 nice loads.
Nothing but the weed.
Green as it can be. Green as they can possibly be. Good quality. Good quality. There's the money pot right there. There's the money pot. 3 1/4 at 325. At 325. And again at 25, 25, 25, 25, 25. And again at 325. At 25, 7.5, 30. And again 32. And again 34. And again 36 here. At 38. And again 8, 40. And again 40. And again 40. And 1. And again 41, 2. And again 42, 43. And 43. And again 43, 4. And 44, 5. And 45, 600. And again 45, 600. And again 7. And again 47. And 7. And again 8. And 48. To give 800 to give 8 to get half 8 to get 48 under 7 of 8 at 347 and a half to give 8 at 348 to give 800 to get 7 and a half to get 348 at 347 and a half to get 348 here type deal 347 and a half 88 and bring the one back. Thank you, Charlie. Seymour. 4 loads of them, guys. 4 loads of little handy weight. Little handy weights. 47 had the first deal, guys. I never see more. Had been dry down there too, hadn't it? Been dry down there too, people. Right here now, $4, 2.5, a $4 bill, 2.5, and 2.5. I can have $4, 2.5, I get 2.5, I get 2.5, I get 2.5, and 5, I get 4, 7.5, I get 10, I get 12.5, 15, and 17.5, I get 20, I get 2.5, I get 2.5, and 4, 25, and 25, 7.5, 30, I get 32.5, and 5, I get 35, I get 4, 32.5, and 4, 32.5, you get 5, and 35, 7.5, I get 40, and 40, I get 40, to get 40, to get 40, to get 40, at 437.5, to get 40, at 437.5, for 40, and 40, to get 40, to get 40, to get 40, to get 40, and 40, to get 40, to get 40, to get 40, to get 40, so 437.5, Varner 503, 55, 55. Okay, guys, next into them, be 182 more of them, 182. There's a set of cattle I like her, Billy.
Yeah, absolutely. Like they've been on some short grazing.
With short grazing. Yeah, little bitty cattle, look like little bitty grazers. Wouldn't hurt them, would it? Wouldn't hurt them to go to grass. Well, you've seen one, you've seen them all here too, guys. They're now, I know they're different colors, but they are all the same quality, all the same condition. Weights will be good on the cattle. Flesh will be good on the cattle. Yeah, yeah. You like a set of these old cattle right there that'll got a long ways to go. Nice uniform set of cattle, guys. Long ways to go with them. 375, 375, and 375, and again, 5, and again, 375, and again, 7.5, and 375, 7.5, 80, and again, 82.5, 85, 85, and again, 7.5, and again, 6, 7, and again, 87, 8, 88, 88, 89, 89, 89, and 88, 9, and again, 389, 90, and 391, and again, 91, and again, 91, 2, and 92, and again, 91, 2, and again, 2, and again, 2, and 1, 2, 93, 93, 93, 93, 4, I get 3. 92, 3, 4, and 94, 95, and again 9600, and 9600, and again 95, 6, 7, and 97, 8, and 98, 8, 9, 9, and again 99, and again 99, and again 99, and 399, and again 398, 99, 99. Anybody else? 399, 399, 399. Drew Hayes, 398. Put him number 72, 72. Yard him out. One of them didn't feel good, Drew. Thank you, guys. Two loads of Howard time there, boys. Gary, Howard time. 120 of them. They'll be good. They'll be nice. As usual, reputation set. Watch them come in, guys. Watch them go out. Like 200 pounds lighter. Did you count them? Okay, folks, here's the opportunity. 120 of them. 120 hit of them, Billy Boy. 120 hit of them, gentlemen. And 320, and 320, to get at 25, to get at 20, and 320, to get at 20, to get at 20, to get at 20, to get at 20, and 320, to get at 1, and 21, to get at 22, to get 2, 3, to get 23, and 24, 5, and 25, to get 6, to get 7, to get 8, to get 9, to get 30, and 31, 32, 32, 3, 34, and 34, 5, to get 6, and 36, 7, to get 8, to get 38, 9, to get 40, and 41, to get 41, 2, to get 2, to get 2, half 2, and 41 and a half, 2, 41 and a half, 2, 41 and a half, 2, and 2, to get 41 and a half, 42, and 41 and a half, 42, to get 41 and a half, 42, and 2, to get 2, to get top deal, 41 and a half, put them on 9. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Here's the Tharps. Be a load of them. This Warren Tharp. There you go. Good stock coming into you, but Tharp right down in front of us. Hey, you do a good job, guy. Absolutely. Look, here's a set of big old steers. Big old wide-butted, wide-topped steers here. I think they would use 569. They hadn't done quite as good as we thought they had, sir. David Dodd, pay attention here. OYEs don't come again until next year. Here's a load of them, folks. They're big, along with this young man right down here in front of me. He made them big. He had something for them to eat all winter. He started with a good one, Billy. He started with a good one. 275, 275, at again 7.5, at again 75, 7.5, at 275, at again 7.5, at give 80, and 280, at give 80, at give 80, at give 80, at give 80, at 277.5, at give 80, and 280, at give 80, at give 80, at give 80, at give 277.5, at give 80, and 1, and 281, 281, 281, 281, and 281, at $1 again at 281, $81. Anybody else here? 281, and 281, and 281. Yeah, now. 281, 281, 281. They're taking out 1, 2, 282, 283, 283, 282, 3, 282, 3, 282, 3. Here, 3 there. Everybody 3 to 282. Put them a number 100. Thank you, guy. Here's Carl's. Here's Carl's.
I got a lot of gold left in them. Take a look.
Wow. Wow, look what Carl brought. Got the goods, guys, right here. Got the goods here now. They're to get 350 at 350 at 350. They're to get 50. They're to get 50. They're to get 50 at 350. They're to get 50. They're to get 52 and a half at 350. 2 and a half at 350. They're to get 2 and a half. They're to get 2 and a half. They're to get 5 at 55. 600. They're to get 7. They're to get 57. 8 at 58. They're to get 800. They're to get 8. They're to get 57. 8 at 357. 58. They're to get 800. They're to get 8. They're to get 7. 8 at 357 and 358. They're to get 800. They're to get 8. 800. They're to get 8. They're to get 800. They're to get 8. They're to get sold 357. Put on W7X. There'll be 117 more Carls. Very much. There ain't no feed left in his bunks. Okay, here's the money pot, guys. Here's Carl's cattle. They still got a lot of go in them now.
They do have a lot of gold.
Got lots of gold left in them, guys. Right there, 310 and 310 and 310. They're getting that 10 to buy. They're getting 10. They're getting 10. They're getting 10 and 310. They're getting that 10 to buy. They're getting 10. They're getting 12. They're getting that 12 and a half and 310, 12 and a half. They're getting 310, 12 and a half and 310. They're getting 12 and a half, 15. They're getting that 15 and 16. They're getting 16, 17, 18, 18 and 19, 20 and 321. They're getting 22. They're getting 22, 23 and 23, 4. They're getting 4. They're getting 4 and 23, 24, 5 and 25, 600, they're to get 600, 7, at 27, 8, at 29, they're to get 30, they're to get 31, they're to get 32, at 33, they're to get 34, at 35, at 35, 600, they're to get 7, at 37, they're to get half, 7, 7 and a half, at 7 of 8, at 38, they're to get 8, they're to get 7 and a half, 8, 38 and a half, 8 and a half, 8 and a half, 9, at 39, they're to get 339 and a half, at 9 and a half, 40, and 40, they're to get 40, they're to get 40, they're to get 40, back to you, 40, at 339 and a half, 40, at 339 and a half, 40, and 40, it'll get 40, it'll get 40, it'll get up 339 and a half, put them on 9. Here's little crosses off of them, folks. Tigers. Beefmaster. That's right, there you go. Pay attention, Drew. Here we go, right here now. They're to get at 310, at 310, at 310. They're to get at 10 to buy, but they get 310, and 12 and a half. But they get 310, 12 and a half. But they get 312 and a 15, and 17 and a half, 20. They're to get 2 and a half. But they get 320, 2 and a 5, at 27 and a half. But they get 7 and a half, at 325. But they get 600, at 25. But they get 600. They get at 25, 6, and 600 here. It's going to be 325. Put them on number 82, 82. That all the Carls? Different pasture. 108 of these. Different pasture. 108. I believe Carl's doing a little better job than Ed. You know what, Sean? Do you know what? Carl's doing a little better job than Ed. Probably don't hang out quite as much. The Rothers, guys, the Rothers, good steer, good quality. Now, that quality, guys, sure has improved a lot. Mighty pot. Look what these are. I like this pasture pretty well, folks. I like this pasture pretty well. And they weigh. 9:36. Here we go. I entered again at 20 and 320. Entered again at 25. Entered again at 20 and 320. Entered again at 25. Entered again at 20 here. Entered again 1 and 321 2. Entered again 2 3. Entered again 4. Entered again 4 5 and 26. Entered again at 7. Entered again 28 and 29. Entered again out here 30. Entered again 30. Entered again 30. Entered again 30 and 30. Entered again 30. Entered again 30. Entered again 1 and 31. 2 32 32 31 2 3 and 33. Entered again 32 and 33. Entered again 4 and 34. No. 34 half 4 and 4. No, I do not. Half 4 and a half 4 and a half 4 to get him and 4 and a half. And again 4 and a half 4 and a half 34 and a half and now 4 and a half 4 and a half down here 4 and a half 5 and 35 and again 34 and a half 5 and 34 and a half. You'll get 5 and 34 and a half and again 5 but about 5 and again 5 and again 5 and again 5 here it's up at 34 and a half. Put on 91. Little crossbreed animals. Isn't that a good booger? He can eat a lot of corn. Big old stairs, good old biggins. Pretty good kind, though, guys. I mean, for their kind, they're a really good kind. Here we go. Enter to get $3. You'll get 3 and 3. Enter to get $3 here. 3. Enter to get 3 and 3. Enter to get $3 now. 3. Enter to get 3. Enter to get 3. Enter to get 3. Enter to get 3 and $3. You'll get 3. Enter to get 3 there. Enter to get 3. Enter to get $3 now. 3 and 3. Enter to get 3. Enter to get 285, 287 and a half, 90, 290, 292. 293, 293, 294, 295, 295. They get $6. They get $6. They get 295. You'll get $6 at 295, 96, 95, 96, 295, $6 at 95. They get $6 tub 295. Put them on number 99.
Head growth, and then you got 169 right behind them. Yeah, 178.
That all, Carl. Thanks, Carl. Tell him thank you, Edward. Here's a big boss. Be 300 Edwards. 300 Edwards. Nice steers right there, boys. Out here, the lightweight steers. Here go. Enter to get 3 1/4 at 325 at 325. Enter to get a 7 1/2. Enter to get a 7 1/2 at 30. Enter to get 30. Enter to get 31 at 32, 33, 34, 35. Enter to get $6. Enter to get 7 at 38. Enter to get 89. Enter to get 40. Enter to get 40. Enter to get 41 2 at 42 3. Enter to get 3. Enter to get 42 and 43, 44 and 45. Enter to get $6. Enter to get 47. Enter to get 8 and 9. Enter to get 9 49. But 9. Enter to get 48 9 and 348 now 9. Enter to get 9 348. Enter to get 9 and now 9. Enter to get 8 9. Enter to get 48. Enter to get 9. Enter to get 9 here. It's up at 348. Number 72. 82. 82. 82. 169 in this offering. Did you get it? Got it. Good old 3-color steers right there, folks. Go. Where's the M&M girls? They quit us. Money pot. Good old steers coming, guys. Good old steers. There'll be quite a few of them. Got to be pretty black right here, boys. A lot of black to them. Gary, he made them blacker, blacker, blacker. Pretty nice steers. Sir Edward.
Y'all getting a good count here?
Are we supposed to be short or something?
Yeah, they weren't sure about this deal. Hello? Drop the total cube and it'll be on the last graph.
10 head off the last one. So 33 instead of 40.
Right, okay.
How many do you say there? 43.
They said 33.
33.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Now we all right. 150 head of them, guys. 150 head of them weighing 945. And good as here now. They're taking that 310. At 310, they're taking that 12 and a half. They're taking 310, 12 and a half. At 310 now, 12 and a half. They're taking 12 and a half. They're taking 12 and a half. They're taking 310, 12 and a half, 15, and 17 and a half, 20. They're taking 320. They're taking 2 and a half. And 25. They're taking 25. They're taking 3, 4, and 25. They're taking 25. They're taking $6. And 7. They're taking 28. They're taking $28, $8, $8, and 27, 8, and 27, 8. They're taking $8. They're taking 8. They're taking 28 here. Tom Jimmy 8 and 28. They're taking 27, 28 up here, 8. They're taking 8 and 27 and 28 and 3, 27, 8, 9 and 29. They're taking half 9. They're taking 8 and a half 9 and 28 and a half 9. They're taking 28 and a half. You're taking 9, but 9, but taking 9 and 9. They're taking to be 328 and a half. Put them on number 94. Yard them out. Black cripple. Yellow tag. What number was it? What was that? Okay, Edward, here we go again. 78 of them. The peach air balls, a pinch of it, a pinch of it. Some got a little more peach. A pinch and a. Be 78 of them, folks, all together. Good summertime feeding pen of steers. Took us a long time, didn't it?
It sure did. Pretty damn
Pretty slow.
slow.
Buddy. Pretty slow. Right here now. Good boys. Right here now. They're get that 310. At 310. They're get that 12 and a half. At 310, 12 and a half. They get 12 and a half. They get 310 now. 12 and a half. At 310, 12 and a half. They get 12 and a half. They get 12 and a half. At 310, 12 and a half. They get 12 and a half. They get 12 and a half. At 12 and a half. Everybody else 310, 12, 13, and 14. They get 14, 15. They get 15, 16, and 17. They get 17, 18. They get 19. They get 19, 20, and 21. They get that 21. They get 2. They get 22 and 23, 23 and 24 and 25. They get 25. They get 25. 4 and a half. 5, tie half. 25 and a half. 6, 26 and a half. 26 and a half, 7, and 27 and a half, and 7 and a half, and they get 27 and a half, 8, they get 8 and a half, 8 and a half, 8 and a half, 8 and a half, 9, and a half, 9, they get 28 and a half, 9, they get 328 and a half, they get 9, but they get 9, they get 9, at 328 and a half, and 329, they get 9, 10 deals, 328 and a half, 90, 90. So there's a bump and a big foot and a narrow. Got a bump, got a little narrow, got a little big, little crip right there, a little here, a little there. Now they get $2 here too, at $2.10, at $2.10. They get that 10 to buy, they get 2 now, 10. They get 2.10, they get 10, they get 10, 20, and 2.20. They get 2.20, they get 30, they get 2.30, they get 30, 40, and 2.40. They get 2.35, 40, and 2.35, 45, and 2.45, 50, and 2.50. They get 2.45 now, 50, at 2.45. They get 50, they get Terry at 2.45, 9. Ed, thank you, cowboy.
Thank you, Ed.
You're the man. I think we got one more lame on the other side when we get ready. What do you get here, Bill?
2 loads of blue cattle out there, Winners, Texas.
The blue out of Winners. 2 loads of them, 109. Pretty good steers, folks. Pretty good steers. Pretty good weights here.
I'm gonna have to shoot him and haul his ass over to the dump, or just, you know what I mean? So
Folks, here's the blue cattle. There'll be a load of them right here. Well, maybe 2 loads. 109 total. 109. 2 loads of them, folks. Good old steers. Well, the weights are pretty good in this set of cattle. Pretty nice stock, guys. 3 1/4, 325. They get 25, 25, 25, 25, 25. They get 7 1/2, and 7 1/2. They get 27 1/2. They get 30, and 31. They get 31, 2. They get 3. They get 3. They get 4. They get 5, and 35. They get 6 7. They get 7. They get 8. They get 39, and 41. They get 42, 3. They get 3, 4, 5, and 45. 6 7, and 47. They get 8. They get 9. They get 9. They get 9, 8 1/2, 8 1/2, 8 1/2, and they get 48 and a half, 8 1/2, and now 9, and 49. They're going to get 8 1/2, and 9 here, 9, 9, but they're going to get 348 and a half, 9, and now 9, 349, 348 and a half, 9, and 48 and a half, but they get 9 here, now there. They're going to get to 348 and a half, put on a number. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Blue. Custody time. go grab a yard out or two, and then we'll be back for 4 or 7. Hey, 72, it don't feel good. J, who, Sully. Dollar bill, 10, $10, $10, $1 now, 10, they're get 100 now, 10, they're get 100 now, 10, now 10, now 10, 110, 20, at 120, 30, 130, 40, 140, 150, 160, 160, at 150, 160, they're get Mark, how about you? 160, at 160, at 160, sold 150, put them on, Antone. You better get down here a little closer, Antone. You better get down here a little closer. Featherneck right there off of what? David, right here now. Here you go. But sell him, David, right there now. To get 3 1/4 at 325, 30 at 330. To get at 32 and a half. To get 2 and a half. To get 32 and a half. To get 332 and a half. 5 at 35, 7 and a half. To get 40. To get 42 and a half. To get 5 at 45. To get 42 and a half. 42 and a half. 42 and a half at 42 and a half. To get 5. To get 5. W at 342 and a half. Number 75. Number 75. Sick Brangus. Same deal right here, dollar bill, 10, at 110, 20, at 120, 30, enter to get 130, enter to get 130, enter to get 40, enter to get 50, and 60, and 70, and 170, at 80, and 190, enter to get 2, enter to get $2, enter to get 10, at 210, 20, at 220, enter to get 220, 20, enter to get 210, 220, yeah, 210, 20, at 210, 220, 210, 220, enter to get 20, Antone, 210. I was going to say, if you could save that other one, you can surely save him. Bright-eyed red. A bright-eyed red. What do you cost first now? All right, good out. Bright-eyed red right here now to get at 385.90 at 385 to get 90 to get 385 85 to get 385 to get just red one now 385 85 to get 85 85 385 at 85 to get 75 at 375 7.5 to get 7.5 and now 80 at 82.5 82.5 to get 382.5 82.50 82.50 to be 380. Put on number 7 at 380 to be 7. There's a little herf. Jerry didn't like him. $2.20, 220, enter ticket at 20, enter ticket at 20, and 220, 40, enter ticket 230, enter ticket 220, enter ticket 30, enter ticket 40, enter ticket 40, enter ticket 50, and 250, 60, enter ticket 70, enter ticket 80, enter ticket 290, enter ticket 3, and 310, enter ticket 20, enter ticket 20, 30, enter ticket 30, and 330, enter ticket 320, enter ticket 30, enter ticket 30, chariot 320, number 9. Gotcha. Let's go back to here. Castoni. Could be Castoni. Okay. The Castonis, fellers. He has good stock. There'll be 94 of them in this offering. 94 head in this offering. Money. Here's a money pot right there. Aren't they black? They're black. They're black.
Back to the auction here.
A really sweet set of 900-pound steers, folks. A really sweet set of 900-pound steers right there. Enter ticket at 325. At 325, enter ticket at 25, 25, 25, 7.5. Enter ticket at 27.5. At 325, enter ticket at 7.5. Enter ticket 30, enter ticket 32, enter ticket 32, 4. At 36, here, enter ticket 8, enter ticket 38, 40, enter ticket 40, enter ticket 2, enter ticket 4. At 44, enter ticket 45, enter ticket 5, 600. At 46, enter ticket 45, 4600. At 6, you bid 6 up here, 7. At 47, enter ticket 6, 7. Enter ticket 46, 7. At 46, 47 and 46, 47. Enter ticket 7, enter ticket 7, enter ticket 7, and 7 enter ticket Tubby 240, 346. Put them a 9. Thank you, Gastonis. Let's go down there to West Texas again, guys. Sold some heifers earlier. Cucarachi. Cucarachi.
There you go, grader.
Yep. Yep. You've already seen what they can look like. Here's where you can start. $4, 2.5. $4 bill, 2.5, and 2.5. I get $4 now, 2.5. I get 2.5 out the gate, 2.5, 4, 2.5, and 4.0, 2.5. I get 2.5. I get 2.5. Anybody else? And 2.5, 402.5, 402.5, I get 2.5, 402.5, and 2.5, I get 2.5 here, Varner. $4, put up a number 7. I don't know. Then what? Cucarachi next in to him, folks. Next into them, folks, right here, 350. At 350, they're to get 50. At 350, they're to get 59. They're to get 50. They're to get 2.5. They're to get 52.5. At 2.5, they're to get 52.5. They're to get 5. At 55, 600. They're to get 55, 600. At 55, 56, 57. At 58, they're to get 800. They're to get 8. They're to get 59. They're to get 60. At 60, they're to get 361. They're to get 192. They're to get 23. At 34, they're to get 4, 5. They're to get 600. At 7, they're to get 7, 8. They're to get 8 here, 68, 68, 68. At 7, 8, we're to give 8, 67, 68. Tubby at 367, 75. Thanks, Kukarachis. Watonga, Oklahoma. So the good at rascals, guys. Yeah, that's in Gallup. We've been selling that 2C, yeah, fancy. Yeah. Well, they're good rascals. They're good rascals. 52 head of them right there. They're going to get 340. At 342.5. At 342.5. They're get 5. They're get 7.5. They're get 50. They're get 2.5. 5. At 55. They're get 2.5. 7.5. 60. At 362.5. They're get 2.5. At 360. They're get 2.5. They're get 2.5. At 360. They're get a 1. At 361. That help any 361. At 360. They're get a 1. They're get a 1. They're get a 1. They're get a 1. At 1. They're get a 1. They're get a 1. Deal 360. Put on number 75, 76, 76. Here's a nice set of black cattle.
Sold those heifers earlier.
Dameron cattle, guys. Blanket, Texas. 38 head of them sold heifers earlier. 38 head of them sold heifers earlier. 340 and 340 they're to get 40 and 340 they're to get 45 they're to get 40 they're to get 1 and 341 they're to get 1 they're to get 1 they're to get 41 2 they're to get 2 they're to get 43 and 43 4 they're to get 45 they're to get 600 they're to get 607 and 7 they're to get 47 8 they're to get 800 they're to get 8 they're to get 48 and 347 and 48 and 47 and 48 they're to get 800 to get 8 at top deal 347 81 82 82. Just 9, just 9. Sold these heifers earlier also. Rusty? Had the heifers earlier, guys. They were kind of cute, if I remember right. Rusty's good steers out of Lipan, Texas. Lipan, Texas.
Very nice.
There's a real set right there, people. Goodness, here now, they're to get 350. At 350, they're to get 2.5. At 350, they're to get 2.5. They're to get 2.5. They're to get 2.5. At 5, they're to get 55. They're to get 355. 7.5, 60. At 2.5, they're to get 2.5. At 7.5, they're to get 7.5. 70. They're to get 70. 78, 9, and 70, and 71. They're to get 2. They're to get 72, 73, 73, 4. They're to get 4, 5. At 75, they're to get 375. 600. At 67, they're to get 77. They're to get 77, 8. At 78, they're to get 800. To give 8 to get 77, 78 at 377 and 78 to give 800 to give 8 to get T 377 number 81. All right, folks, where we going, Bill? You know?
Going to the Capel cattle feed. Capel.
Capel. George?
No, not George.
Oh, Capel.
George is gone.
George is gone too. Gone but not forgotten. Dennis, you remember George Chapel? Do you? Here's a Capel cattle, folks, right there. They're not carrying a lot of meat.
What we did to make a dollar.
Holy moly! Let's don't even talk. What about when you sell them cougars and bobcats and all that sort of shit? Hey, look at here, guys, right here now. They're good boys right here now. They're at 330, at 330, at 330. They're at 30, they're at 30, they're at 30, they're at 30, they're at 32 and a half. Monkeys, 332 and a half, at 332 and a half. They're at 2 and a half. They're at 332 and a half, at 332 and a half. Everybody at 55, at 35. They're at 5, 600. They're at 7. They're at 8. They're at 9. They're at 40, at 41. They're at 2. They're at 2. They're at 40 and a half, 2, and 2. They're at 2, 1 and a half, and 2. Tom, yeah, 2, 2, 2, at 41 and a half, 2, at 41 and a half, 2. They're at 41 and a half, 2. At 41 and a half, what do you get to? Better 2, tub 41 and a half, put on number 9.
79. Okay. Sorry.
Go to Comanche.
Comanche, Oklahoma. Here, Bud Fi's boys, Jimmy Fi.
Nice deal here.
Jimmy Fi right there, people. He's good people and good cattle right down there in Comanche. And that old wheat's running out of him, Billy. That old green stuff's running out of them right here now. 335, at 335, at 35, 7.5, 40, at 40, to get 2.5, 42 and a half, 45, 45, 43, 4, at 45, to get 45, to get 4600, and 4600, to get 45, 4600, 45, 6, 7, at 47, half, 7.5, to get 7.5, and 8, to get 7.5, 47.5, at 47.5, to get 7.5, at 347.5, to get to be 346.5. Put on 9. Here's 32 more Jimmies. They're green. They're green. The good people down in Comanche, Oklahoma. There's the big brothers. There's the big brothers. Not a whole lot bigger, but they are bigger right there now. They're to get 335, 40, at 335, they're to get 5, they're to get 5, they're to get 35, they're to get 5, 35, 35, 35, at 335, they're to get 5, they're to get 35, 35. Better deal here, guys. Here, 5, at 335, they're to get 5, 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 at 35, they're to get 30, at 31, 331, 331, 331, and 1, 2, they're to get 2, they're to get 2, they're to get 2, 31 and 32, at 31 and 32, they're to get 31 and 32. They're to get 31 and 32 at 31 and 32 to 331, 9. Thank you, Jimmy Fi. Red Rock. Red Rock, Oklahoma. Sold the heifers earlier off this consignment. The Lane cattle, Darren Lanes. 44 of the good stairmates. Yes, I do. Right here now, they're up pretty good weights in my cattle here, boys. Here we go. They're going to get 330. At 330, they're going to get 30. 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 At 330, they're going to get 2.5. They're going to get 32 and a half. 32 and a half. You better appear 5. At 37 and a half. 40. They're going to get 40. They're going to get 40. They're going to get 8, 9. At 9, 39. They're going to get 338. 9. They're going to get 38. They're going to get 9. And 38. They're going to get 9. 39. 39. 39. 39. At 39. To be 338. 9. Got a half a good deal, half a good deal, half a good deal.
Okay. Thank you.
Male.
Male's coming. Look at a good set of black steers, would you? Look at a good set of black Angus and red Angus boys. Those look northern, don't it? Rodney.
Come out of South Dakota now. Nice
South
guy.
Dakota. South Dakota.
Boy, they can read and write now. Nice guy, man.
They come out of South Dakota, David Dodd. Nice set of steers right there. They can do it all for you, boys. I had to get 320 and 320. Hold the gate. And 320. Oh, split.
Should be 60 somewhere.
Okay. Mr. Yost has the cattle of the day right here, people. They are pretty steers. Pretty steers. Look at there, Tom Fagan. You like them? I thought you would. Here we go. Good stock right here now. They're taking at 335. At 335. They're taking at 35. 5, 7 and a half. They're taking 7 and a half. 335. 7 and a half. At 340. They're taking 40. They're taking 40. They're taking 40. They're taking 40. At 330. 42 and a half. 42 and a half. 42 and a half. At 342 and a 5. At 45. They're taking 5. 600. They're taking 7. They're taking 47. At 46. 47. They're taking 7. They're taking half 7. And 7. They're taking 47. They're taking 47 and a half. At 47 and a half. At 7 and a half. They're taking at 347 and a half. At 47 and a half. Here, half there. We're taking half. David Dodd. 347 and put him on number 9. Rodney, appreciate you, buddy. Himes.
Be a load of these cattle.
Be a load of these guys. Mike Hines right here to be 58 head of 58 of Mike's.
Yeah, we're going to look it up, and it's going to be time to start selling those quick.
Yeah, that's going to be over before you know it. Be selling them balling calves again. Well, Mike bought you a nice set of black steers right there, folks. Mike Himes right there. I pies. Mike Himes. 340 and 340 to get 40 to get 40 and 340 to get 40 by to get 40 to get 40 to get 2.5 to get 5 to get 45 7.5 50 and 350 to get 1 to get 1 to get $51 and 351 $1 to get 1 to get 1 and 51 to get $1 to get $51 351 and $1 to get 1 to get 1 to get 1 to get 1 to get to be 350. Put them a number 85 75 75. Timeout. X. X. Well, nobody else does either. Nobody else does either.
Yeah, he'll know what you're doing.
God almighty, Billy.
Hey, nice deal here now.
Whoa, look here, folks. Double C's. Cashing. That's all born and raised together. How was your first thoughts? They got the goods, Michael. Got the goods, Michael. $3, 2.5, a $3 bill, 2.5, to get 3, to get 3, to get 3, and $3 here, 2.5, 5, to get real fast, 7.5, to get 10, to get 10, 12.5, and 12.5, to get 3, 10, 12.5, 15, and 15, to get 13, 14, to get 14, 14, 14, and 13, 14, to get 13, 14, out to pier 14, and 15, and 15, to get 15, 16, to get 16, and 315, 16 a pound, and 316, to get 16, to get 16, to get 16, and 16 to get tip deal 315. Put them on 99. Thank you, Michael. I promise you. There's some cattle with some weights and grazers. Mr. Teague, John. John's gone. Here's a Teague cattle down there, Rattan, Oklahoma. Rattan, Oklahoma. To get $4, to get 4, and 4. To get $4 here, to get 4 to buy, but to get 4, and $4 to get 4, to get 4 to buy, but to get 4, 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 and $4 to get 4, to get 4 here, 4 there, but to get 4, to get 375. Let you bid 85. 85, 90, 395, 95, 395, 92 and a half, 5, 97 and a half, 97 and a half, 4, $4 bill, 4, 397 and a half, 4, 397 and a half, you're to get 402 and a half, 402 and a half, to get 402 and a half, 402 and a half, to get 2 and a half, to get 2 and a half, put my Varner number. 61. Here's 57 more of them. 57 more of them, Rattan, Oklahoma. Be a split weighing. Here's a good set of usable steers, guys. Usable. They haven't overdone it. Give them a chance, guys. I think they'll do it. Give them a chance. Folks, I think they're Southern California. Keep on getting it right there now. Keep on getting it right there. Here we go. At 350. At 350, it'll get 2.5. At 350, it'll get 2.5. It'll get 350, 2.5. 5. It'll get 7.5. It'll get 7.5. 60. At 60, it'll get 60. It'll get 8, 9, 60, 1, 2. It'll get 2. It'll get 3. And 4. It'll get 4, 5. It'll get 5, 6, 6, 7. And 8. It'll get 8, 9. It'll get 9, 9, 9, 69. And 68, 9. It'll get 68, 9. At 368, 9. It'll get 9 there. But it can have, but it can have, but it can have, but it can have. Tubby, 368, 75. Three more of this, fellers. Three old big crosses. I had to get 275, 80. At 275, I give 80. I get at 275, I give 80. I take 80. At 280, I give 85. I get 90. I get 290, 85 and 90, 295, 3. At $3.05, I get 305, 10. I get 10, 12 and a half. At 310, 12 and a half. I get 12 and a half. I get 12 and a half. But at 310, 99. Now we're going to go to a partnership cattle. Right town, Oklahoma. Here's the partnership cattle. Good old crossbred. Good old crossbreds right here. To get 340. At 340. At 340. To get 40. 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 At 340. To get 40. To get 40. To get 40. To get 40. To get 42 and a half. At 340. 2 and a half. To get 2 and a half. 340. 2 and a half. And 2 and a half here. To get 2 up 340. Put them a number 82. Goodbye. Okay, like I said, this is a partnership cattle off of them. Rattan, Oklahoma, 34 of them. $3 a pound. $3. Here to get 3, 2 and a half. At 302 and a half. At 302 and a half. At 2 and a half. At 302 and a half. At 302 and a half. Anybody else? 302 and a half. 302 and a half. 302 and a half. 5, 7 and a half, 10. 12 and a half, 15. 17 and a half. And 17 and a half. 317 and a half, 20. 322 and a half. 325 and 27 and a half. 327 and a half. I get 25. I get 7 and a half. 30 and 32 and a half. And 5. I get 35. 7 and a half. At 337 and a half. I get 5. 7 and a half. I get 7 and a half. Bar 335. Number 601. Okay, new deal, guys. Here's Matt Addison's.
Yeah, Lipan, Texas.
Lipan, Texas. Another one of them Addisons. Addison and Addison right here, 340 at 340 and 40 to get 45 to get 40 to get 40 to get 40 to get 2 at 342 to get 42 3 at 43 4 5 at 45 $6 to get 45 to get $6 at 345 $46 at 45 to get $6 here. It's be 345.99. No, just that. Here's some more of them. Okay, little crossbred boys right here now. They're taking a 250 and 250. They'll go 255 and 255. They're taking 255. They're taking a 255 and 250. They're taking 5. They're taking a 55. They're taking 5. They're taking 5. They're taking 5. They're taking 5 and 250. They're taking 50. They're taking 250, not 350. 250, 75 and 255 and 250 now 5. They're taking 255. They're taking a 560 and 265. They're taking 5. They're taking 5. They're taking 270 and 275 and 275. They're going to 80. They're going to get 285 and 285. They're going to get 285. Back to you. 285. 285. 285 here. Var 280. 601. Here's a Cochrane cattle. I think he has some heifers if I remember right. Yep, the Cochrane cattle. You have a male? Mr. Cochrane just has 6 of them, but they're pretty cool now. Pretty darn cool. 350 and 350. They're to get 2.5 and 2.5. Got you 2.5. They're to get 350, 2.5 and 5, 7.5. 60. They're to get 2.5. They're to get 5 and 7.5. They're to get 70. They're to get 2.5. They're to get 75 and 77.5. They're to get 7.5 and 377.5 and 7.5 here. T 375. Number 81. Is that right, Tom? 81. Here's 3 more. Three more of the Cochranes. Ladder. Just a little ladder.
Hello. Okay. Morning, afternoon.
Yep, they are right there now. They're to get a 375 at 375, 375, 80 at 380, they're to get 75, they're to give 80, they're to give 80, they're to give 80, they're to give 80 at 375, 80, they're to give 80, they're to give 80, 50 and 5 at 60, they're to get 65, they're to get 65 and 5 to be 360, number 75, number 7, number 7, number 75, number 75. You got mail coming, I guess. Mail coming, Anton? Too far away. Got anything ready? Red and black. Pretty cool set of steers still left out there, boys. Little handy weights right there now. The Taft cattle that are Fort Cobb, isn't it? Yeah. Taft cattle down at Fort Cobb, Oklahoma. I hadn't seen them forever. The Tafts, there we go. They're looking at 375, 80, at 375, they're going to give 80, they're going to get 75, they're going to give 80, they're going to give 80, they're going to give 80, at 375, they're going to give 80, but 80, but give 80, but give 80, but give 80, at 375, 80. Fort Cobb guys here, nice steers here, 375, at 375, at 375, they're going to get 5, 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 at 375, they're going to get 5, they're going to get 5, Tubby, 375, put them on 75. Thank you. Dale Taft. You got mail, Anton?
Yes, sir, I do. It used to be the
Crown Ranches. Weatherford, Texas. Crown Ranches in Weatherford right there. 4 1/4, 425, and 425, 30, enter to get 30, enter to get 34, enter to get 50, enter to get 60, enter to get 70, enter to get 80, and 480, 90, 490, 495, enter to get $5.05, and $5.10, and 510, enter to get 510, 510, 510, 510, 510, 510, 10, 10, 10, 10, and 10. So $5 put them on Terry, $5 put them on Terry number 4. Crown Ranches again. Little crowns right here now. They're taking $4 out, 2.5, and $4 bill, 2.5, and 4.0, 2.5, they get 2.5, they get 4.0, 2.5, they get. $4 and $4 now, 4 now, 2.5 and 2.5, they get 4, 2.5, they get 2.5, they get 2.5 and 5, they get 4.05, they get 4.7.5, they get 7.5 and 10 and 10, 12.5, they get 12.5, they get 4.10, 12.5 and 12.5, they get 4.10, 12.5 and 12.5, they get 12.5 or 4.10. Put them in number 9601. Crown Ranches again. Bigger crossbred steers. 375 at 375 at 375 at 5 at 5 at 5 at 5 at 5 at 5 375 at 375 at 5 at 5 at 5 at 5 at 375 at 75 at 50. Now 2.5 5 7.5 60 2.5 and 2.5 7.5 at 7.5 70 and 370 at 70 at 70 and 70 at 70 73 60 7.5 7. Male and tone. Was bushless. Was a bushless. Terry West. Look. Pretty gaint. Henrietta, Terry West, Henrietta, $3, 2.5 at $3 bill, 2.5 at 2.5 at 3 2.5 at 3.02 5 at 7.5 at 3.7.5 at 3.07.5 at 10 at 10 15 at 15 20 at 3.25 at 25 at 3.25 30 at 30 at 35 at 35 at 3.32.5 at 3.32.5 at 3.32.5 at 2.5 here var 3.30 601. Same cattle guys, just the bigger brothers. They all go at $3, 2.5, at $3 here, 3 to get at 3 to get 3, at $3 you get 3 to get $3, 2.5, at get 2.5, at get 3, 2.5, at $3 you get 3 to get 3 to get 3, at 3 to get $3 here, 3 to get 3 to get 3 to get 3, at 3 to get 275. I'll let you bet 275, 280, 280, 280, 285, 287.5, 287.5, 90. 292.5, 292.5, 292.5, 292.5, Varn, 290, 89. All right, here, you're taking lightweights right there now. Robert Evans bulls, Robert Evans little bulls right there, bulls. And they're to get $4.10 and $4 now 10 and $4 now 10. They're to get now 10 to buy them, but they get 4 now 10 and 10. They're to get now 10 to buy them, but they get 4 now 10, 4.10, 4.10 and 10. They're to get cheaping them others up 4.10 and 4.10. They're to get now 10 to buy them, but they get 4.10 and 10. They're to get 10. They'll do it. Terry, $4. Put them on number 4. See that, Mark? Male, Antone. Bulls. Bulls again. Here now, they're to get out $3.10. At $3 now 10, and $3 now 10. They're to get out 10 to buy them. Better get 3 now 10, and 305. Better get 305. You'll play the game. 305. Better get 305. Better get 305. At 305. Better get 305. Better get that sold $3 Varner. Put them a number 18X. Bye. See you tomorrow or next week.
We're at that stage of life.
No, you're not. Are you here? Are you here?
I don't think so. Yeah, that one that Rod pulled off that route,
We sold it
yeah, but we were supposed to sell
for Dodd. Windwalker cattle right there, Gary Reed. Yes, sir. Are they steers or heifers? They're heifers. Nice cows. 250. 250 a pound. 255. 65. 270. 275. 80. 285. 90. 295. 3. 305. 305. 305. 310. Terry, 305. 8. 12. Never heard of that number. Here's some more Dale Taft. Or Nova Taft. Just some small ones off that deal, guys. Out of Fort Cobb, small ones out of Fort Cobb right here now at 4.5, 450, to get 50, to get 50, to get 50, at 450, to get 50, to get 50, to get 50, to get 4.5, and 4.5, 4.5, 4.5, steers the money, and 4.5 here healthy, and 4.5, to get 4.5, to get 4.5, at 450, to get 50, to get 50, to get 50, at 425, 425, 425, 425, 425, but to get $4. Now 5, 405. 405. 405. Varner, $4.99. Put full on that ticket, please. Mr. Taft's got to fit together very good, didn't he? Here's Mr. Taft's what, heifer? Steer. A red steer. 250, 250, to get 50, to get 5, at 255, to get 5, to get 5, to get 5, 255, at 55, to get 55, to get 60, to get 5, at 65, 70, to get 5, to get 280, at 285, to get 890, to get 95, at 95, to get 295, at 290, to get 5, to get 5, sold 290 bar 601. What's this, heifer? A big brisket. Big brisket. $1 a pound. $1.20, $1.40, $1.60, $1.80, $2, $2.20. Is that a bid? 220, 40. 220, 40, 60. 280. Brisket's worth more than it used to be. 280. 280. 280. Antone, 260. Loco, mucho loco. Yeah, you got potatoes, mashed potatoes. You get a little gravy in there too, I see. What's this? Cochran steers didn't fit the deal. Cochrane little steers, then fifth and yield here now, 4 1/4, 425 and 25, and again now 25, 25, 25, 25, and again now 425, 30 and 30, and again 30, and again 30, and again 30, and again 30, and 30, 40 and 40, and again 50, and again 60, and again 60, and 60, and again 60, and again Jason 450, number 5. Double C Bull. She got testicles. Oh, they missed him when he went through. I see. Looks like they got part of him. 250, 250. 250, they're going to have 50, 60, at 260, 70, and 270, 80, they're going to get 280, they're going to get 80, 90, they're going to get 290, and 280, but they get 90, they're going to get 3, and $3, they're going to get 3, sold 290. Yeah. Did you get it? Zach Brunson. A breeding bull? Got to have some balls to be a breeding bull. I used to have to have. Maybe they don't anymore. A little lame steer right there. They're to get $3.10, at $3.10, at $3 now 10. They're to get 10. They're to get 3 now 10, 20, at 3, 10, 20. They're to get 30. They're to get 40. They're to get 40. They're to get 40. They're to get 3, 30, 40, at 3, 30, 40. They're to get 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 40. Ricardo, 330, straight. Give me some stronger glasses or die one or the other. Little short tail steer bull. Bad feet. Start him. Dollar bill 10 at 110, 120. It'll get 110, 120. It'll get 20. You didn't have him long. Y'all get 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80. Terry, 170. 9. How much that, Tom? $1.50, 5, 155, high 60, 160, and home, 5, 70, 170, 170, 170. Need another one, John? 170. Sold 165 Varner. 106. Clark or is that Ed? No, it's not. What do you say? Came off that draft. Okay. PO. Cripple. 250. 250. 250. 250. There to get 50. There to get 50. There to get 50. There to get 250. 250. 60. 260. There to get 60. There to get 60. There to get 70. There to get 270. 80. 280. There to get 80. There to get 80. There to get 80. There to get 80. And tone. 270. They came together. Lynn Gravely. Suller, Jace. Jace. Suller. Gravely. Huh? Suller, right there. Thank you, Jace. $3.10. $3 now 10. $3 now 10. And 10. There to get $3 now 10. There to get that 10 to buy. Better get 10. MH. $3. 2. LL Ranch. Jason. Ask John. LL Ranch. 7 months right here. Andy, I got you now. $3, 10, 310, 310, 320, 320, 310, 20. Andy, 330, 330, 330, 330. Andy LaFoe, 320. See how easy this is, Andy? Ryan Crittenbrink. Sutter? Was she on load cattle? 2.8. $5,000. 3,000. 3,100. 3,100 2. 32 3. 34. 35 6. 3,600 7. 3,700. 3,700. 3,700. Andy LaFoe, 3,600. Worth your trip up there today, Andy, right there. See you next week.